Okay, just gonna get started. Um, so, yeah. I was playing around with audio settings for like what feels like an eternity. But I'm hoping that this is okay, that it's good. And we'll get started with some rat racing today, because I do feel like playing some Zomboid. So that is what we'll do. Hopefully you're having a good day. The audio sounds good. Usually it does when I'm playing Zomboid, but I've been getting some complaints, so I'm hoping that I've made it better. Fingers crossed. I don't want it to be bad. It's yeah, ribbit, meow, meow, rabbit. Oops. Alright, so let's do that. Thank you for wellness. I did just started, so I'm a little bit overheated actually, which is sucky because it's like hot, which is not hot compared to other places. Like I said, I don't like to complain about how hot it is here because other people in other areas would just laugh at me and they would be like, "Oh wow, it's so hot there, huh? Really?" But and it's not as hot as the temperatures that I used to work in way long time ago. So like I mean, I compared to then, this is like summer's day, you know? It's just a summer's day. But yeah, it is hot. Yeah, everybody has their own tolerance, and I prefer cold weather. The reason being is because in cold weather I can always bundle up more, and cold weather has a nice sort of tipping point. When you get too hot, you get this sort of feeling of like you're too hot, and you just want kind of want to stop moving to cool down more. Uh, Cold weather has the same thing if you get too cold, but it also has this thing where if you move around, you heat up. So it ends up almost driving you to move, while hot weather does the opposite. Opposite being that, hot weather drives you to stay still because you don't want to move around because you start getting sweaty, you start getting, it's like, it's not pleasant, right? But of course, that's all based on preference and individual, right? Some folks like hot weather, some folks like cold weather. To each their own. I prefer in between temperature, which my in between temperature leans towards cold, but that's because that's where I was born. And it's just where I am. I just exist in a realm of cold. So I'm used to it. That's why if I was with Emma right now, we would have an air conditioner of some kind. But I don't want to spend anything on an air conditioner at the moment because it's very important that I kind of make sure that I'm able to. We're going to be pushing the paperwork here later this week, uh, after the weekend, and I'm hopeful that it'll just be positive. Everything will go good, and I'll be able to go and live with Emma, and well, then we can start focusing on doing things like that, consolidating where our living environment is, and start working on our life together, which is it's its own thing, right? Yeah, it is really exciting, but also, paperwork is paperwork, and they can decline. If they do decline, they have to give us a reason, though. And there's three reasons I can come up with that they would decline for. And then there's a large amount of reasons I can think of them pushing the approval. Just given the the nature of the way that we've processed the paperwork, I'm hopeful. It's just difficult, that's all. Fingers crossed, though. Okay, so today I want to. It's noon and we're tired already, which is a interesting development. Okay, You got 5 hours. You've got 5 hours. You've got 4 days. So where is our food? What is our food situation like? I'm gonna go count rabbits. But do I have any rabbit stuff here? Probably not. It's all empty. Yeah. You have a desk fan or something? So I actually have two fans that one of them is one of those regular floor fans, and I put ice behind it. So I have a little container, and in said little container, I put ice, and that ice then gets blown through the fan and it circulates around the room. I also have a small little fan that you can open up a compartment, and it comes with three ice packs that you can freeze, and then there's slots for three of them, but I only put one in at a time. So when you hear me go AFK, or you hear me like when I say, "Hey, I'm gonna go get ice," or something like that, it's often not for a drink. It's often to refill those air conditioning things, because sometimes even during the colder months it still gets hot in here because of the computer and everything, right? So it's just the way that it is. Sometimes though, I'm able to open the window, and if I open the window, well, I get Canadian cold. It's cold outside usually, and that will offset a lot of the heat in this room. So unfortunately though, by doing so, it also creates a flow of air that it requires me to have to open the other door, which is it's good, but it's like, you know, it's awkward having that door open. I prefer having that one closed, and then just because I have noisy neighbors sometimes. That said though, I am if it gets too hot, you soak your t-shirt in water and wring it out and then wear it. See, that's a clever idea. Some other friends were suggesting what we do is we soak a tea towel in water, right? Wring it, and then put it in the freezer. And then when it's done getting a little bit colder, not completely frozen, but a little bit colder, then you can bring it out and put it on your neck or put it on your arms. Because arms and neck, you know, they off put a lot of heat. Yes, making a little ice towel. Yeah, you can do it with paper towel too. Some of the more durable paper towels actually do a really good job of keeping going, and then all you do is you keep cycling it, so you always have one in the freezer, and then when the one on your neck gets kind of warm, take it off, switch it, ring it, switch it. It could help. There's a lot of different strategies that you can utilize to cool yourself down in temperatures that are hot. Now, in saying that, I still prefer being in cold temperatures because, well, for three reasons actually. And the three reasons are, well, I have the computer. It off puts a lot of heat. I was born in Canadian cold. I put off a lot of heat. I'm like my own miniature heater. And then also I usually have a small heater that is just nearby just because of the Canadian cold. Sometimes you get those -50, -60 days, and maybe not -60, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but definitely -50 days. And those will seep cold in through the walls. Like they're pretty bad days when you get a really bad blizzard. So it's good to have a small heater for that, just to kind of offset some of that temperature. Celsius. So -50 is both. That's the cross point. If you look it up, the cross point when Celsius and Fahrenheit are the same is -50. You know it's cold when they decide that you know what, it's so cold that we're just gonna put both the same. Here I can do the thing too. There's a chat command for it, F2C or C2F, and then if we do -50, it should say, oh, is it -40 then? It might be -40. I might be misremembering. F2C -40. Yeah, there you go. It's -40. But like I said, it 40, 50, it gets so cold that it's like it's bad. Yeah, I mean, I was close. It's at those temperatures, you're not thinking about the temperature. It's just like when the temperature is above like 40 degrees Celsius, which is like, you know, or above 50. What is it in Fahrenheit? F or C to F. Here, let's do this. When it's above 122, you aren't thinking about how hot it is anymore. And at that point, you're just, it is hot. That is just, it is too hot. Just like when you get to a certain cold, it's too cold. Even the most hardy of cold individuals are like, yeah, this is kind of cold, too cold, too cold. We're too cold. I'd say that I'm okay. Like I'm probably not the most hardy at handling temperatures, but I can handle cold fairly well. All right, let's pet some rabbits. The insulation must be amazing. I mean, not really. You'd be surprised. Sometimes houses are like, they're not particularly the best when it comes to being insulated. But you make do with what you got. We counteract it with the people who do furnace repair are often really good at their jobs. Like, really good at their jobs. I gotta think about this sometimes from the bunny's perspective. Every once in a while, a guy with glasses shows up, pets a bunch of the rabbits, and then a couple of the rabbits disappear. And they're never seen again. Like, it's just... You have a lot of experience in furnace repair. Thankfully, furnaces are not too complicated in terms of, you know, their circuitry as well as the, but... You mean the repair folks? Oh, you mean meeting the repair folks. That sounds awful. To have to constantly repair like that. I just want to get to 100, please. Yeah, there we go. Drink. I wish you could pick up a baby bunny in each hand. It'd make this easier. Come on, Cottontail Bunny. Got places to be. Nice. With a peak of tiredness. Let's go there. Let's open the bones. Or wait, do I need to do bones anymore? Oh yeah, bones are being used to make tailoring XP, that's right. I like this song. Makes me think of old game shows. Oops. It's okay. Oh, it didn't fit. That will here in a sec. Could be weight up. Nope, weight balanced. Wow. I let it go down further than I wanted to. Oh, I gotta go turn back on these. Oh, I can't, can I? Thank you for the wellness. Do appreciate. I'll get a sip of my tea here in a moment. Fireworks. Hooray. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I might be able to eat before bed. Yeah, I'm good. I spent a lot of time like over the last little while. So in case folks were curious, I spent a large portion of my Friday playing Sea of Thieves with Emma, which was fun. It was really good. We went through, it was a, go. It was a really productive session. We made about something like 4 million gold or some nonsense. I can't remember exactly, but there was new mechanics involved, and there was like this burning ship that we took over and stuff like that. And I'm no slouch at Sea of Thieves. I used to play quite a bit, and old pirate legend. I used to play Sea Dog, stuff like that. So when we got on, we consistently rocked everyone that was on the server, to the point where we were like the only ones on the server consistently. Even when we changed servers, we had like 3 Reapers come up on us at one point. We just like destroyed all 3 of them. It was fun. That burning blade ship is neat. But yeah, it's a fun game to play for sure. But it's one of those games where you don't really get to take a break. You're like, when you commit to a Sea of Thieves session, we did like, I think we did 10 rituals on the Burning Blade, and before that we finished like a bunch of treasure vaults and a bunch of other stuff. Like, it's just, it consistently back to back doing missions. Lots of sailing, lots of doing missions. It just doesn't really, you know? Which is fun, but also by the end of it, we were all pretty tired, kind of. Although Emma and I did spend a little bit of time afterwards watching something. I can't remember. We watched some videos. Yeah, it was a nice little day that I get to... Because I did promise that we would do something together, and Emma wanted to play with her friends. So we kind of comboed the two. Because we don't really... Like, as much as I could count the D&D as time together, I don't. I count that as, like, extra. Like, it's not... even though we are together during it, it's not... I don't include it. Because that's not fair to include stuff like that. It's not... Still gotta watch more movies, but for me, I have to gear up to watch a movie. Because I like to get in, like, a bit immersed in the story and stuff. I like to actually, like, enjoy the movie when I watch movies. but it also drains me a little bit. So when I watch, usually 2 movies is my limit. Um, kind of. It depends on if it's a movie that I can get really into. Like, same for a series is. I usually will only watch a couple of episodes unless I'm really invested. Okay, so let's have a look at these things, because we did have a sleep, but unfortunately, that's something of a bit of a CC. So right now, I had a sleep, but during that time, the fires for these went out. I wish there was like a special kind of fire that I could make for these, like a smoker or something that I could have longer than 8 hours, because my character sleeps for longer than that usually, unless I set an alarm, but I don't really want to set alarms like that. I could though. Okay, let's go get an axe and chop down a few trees. And then we're gonna need a saw. I'm not going out today anyways. So we'll go grab the other bag. We're gonna need more logs than that. What am I doing? I always do the manual option because it used to be the best, but you can do either now, I think, and actually, arguably, maybe the chop down function is just as good. I don't know. It's hard to keep up with which one's better because they keep flip-flopping. Yeah, Sea of Thieves can be really fun to play, but it can also be frustrating, in a way. It depends on the perspective you take when you go into the game. If you take it like even if you lose, that it's okay, then because that's something that you learned in Sea Dogs back when that was a thing. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist anymore. There is still PvP, but when I was looking at the statistics for the game, like in terms of who goes for what, like for emissaries, the Gold Hoarders were the biggest, like most played faction. After the Gold Hoarders, it was Merchant Alliance, which, yeah, that makes sense to me. And Order of Souls was played just as much as the Gold Hoarders. So Order of Souls, Merchant Alliance, and so those are the primary three. And then the other ones that are not played as much were Hunter's Call, Athena's, and the Reapers was the worst, like in terms of plays. Like not many people play in the Reapers anymore. So the Reapers being the aggressive faction, not many folks jumping into that anymore. It was like to pop emissary for Reapers, it was like 2 million, while the other two are like all above like 17 to 65 million. It's just ridiculous difference in. So it would seem like the PvP of that game is, while still active, people don't play it as the Reapers directly. Or at least that's what my take on it was, coming back after playing it as, not having played for a while and having a look at it. Still, it's a neat system. I do really like it. It's one of those games, though, that if you're going to play, you're going to be dedicating a decent amount of hours on, and like you'll just be able to ping pong more and more and more in terms of total quests. Like it just keeps going. It doesn't stop. Eventually, you have to get to a point where you're like, I'm just gonna not do these quests and just gonna sell and then go to bed. Bad for the type of gamer that likes to complete everything, because it's just, you'll be trapped. You'll be trapped forever. I'm tempted to play 7 Days as well once they've fixed the things that they are said that they're going to, maybe at some point with Emma. Because we agreed we would want to wait a little bit, that the game still needs some polish. So I'm going to wait until some of the friends that I have that are playing it now tell me that it's improved. Because I'd already done it once, and I 100%ed the game from my perspective anyways. But I could see myself playing that again with Emma and really enjoying it. 8 hours, 8 hours. All right, and these should be at, yeah, 3 days, 21 hours. So like roughly 4 days of me constantly upkeeping these fires on them. So not 4 days, much longer than 4 days. Because it seems like 4 days and it seems like a week, but it's going to take over a month to get that finished because they freeze during the interim. So like when they it drops, like when those fires go out, they freeze. So they don't continue their progress down. So I have to kind of keep waiting. You know, it's too dark to get firewood. I'll just grab these other things while I'm waiting. Asleep. 25C. That's warm. Where's my carpentry at? We're at 7. How good is it to move the bed? $22.25 chance of breaking the bed. I'm still not keen. I already studied the wrench. I hope I did. And 21 steel chunks. 4 iron chunks. Fine spoons, or I can make sword blades. How close are we to leveling up metalworking? Not quite level 7 yet. Make two of these. There needs to be some kind of charcoal bin. I can put beside this. There's not enough space on the ground for all the things that I want to craft. One second. There's the bar recipe. 4 chunks into a bar. These blades. Do we run out of, or is it day? No, it's day. So on. I don't think it'll let me. Maybe it will. Not enough room. I have to wait. Now there's enough room. Yep. Wait the 2 seconds that's required so that I can fit this in there. These are made of steel, yet they turn into iron. Okay, the broken pipes I'm fine with. The metal balloons I'm also fine with. I haven't decided what I want to do with those yet. Move some more metal to work with. I need to check if the steel on that is broken still. Do a little check. Make one batch of spoons and see if I can make spoons into steel. There's 2 spoons. It was broken last time. Where are they? And small iron. Should be small steel. That's the forged spoon. Bread knife's here. Yeah, regular spoons are just not anywhere on this list. I don't know why that is. They used to be. You used to be able to smelt down the spoons, and now you can't. Or at least I'm missing it if that's the case. Because I don't see spoon anywhere here. It's alphabetical, right? S-A-S-P. So it'd be there. Same for this, not there. From small steel items, which is where it would be. It's small steel item. Let's double check in smaller steel item. Oh, it's right here. Look. Oh, so there's an error happening here. This is broken. Still. So for some reason, forks, spoons, they're not registering. Even though I have two of them, it's just like error. So something's going wrong there. This is broken recipe. See, because I have two spoons. That's what it's asking for. What I think might be happening, and if I were willing to, which I kind of am actually through science, is I think what's happening actually is that this is 2, but I'm betting that it's not. I'm betting that it's 10. So actually I'm going to do that. I'm going to burn some of my own metal right now just to test it. Because why not? I think that it's going to ask me for 10. So we are going to make 4 more of these, and then it's going to that's the actual thing, and then it's labeled wrong. So let's find out if I'm right. I mean, did I put those on the ground? Okay, so I have 10 spoons. Ah, something's different. Ta-da! I'm right. So this is labeled incorrectly. It says that it's only taking 2 spoons, but it's not. It requires 10 spoons for a little bit of steel. Which is wrong. This is labeled wrong. It's connecting itself to the... Somebody coded this in to be the same as the fishing hooks. Because fishing hooks require 10. I think needles also require 10. Screws requiring 10 makes sense. Tin cans, I mean, you know, it is what it is. If you wanted it to be 10, I don't see a problem with that. But at least put it in here that it needs to be 10. Right? And these cost a quarter each to make 2, right? So in order to make 10 of them, that's a 5. It's so it's wrong, right? So now to make what is it? It's gonna make. I have a loose crucible. Let's see how much it makes. Where is my crucibles? So I have 4 crucibles here. Let's see how much it makes. Oops. So that's 10 spoons made what is equivalent to 10 needles or 10 screws or 10 fishing hooks, which might make sense, maybe, I don't know. But it's just, given that I gave up 5 quarters of steel for this, which would be a bar and a quarter, right? That's a full bar and a quarter. I'm losing out on quite a lot. And yes, spoons and forks are, well, forks specifically are something that you get in zombies, but where is it? Bread knives are where? They're considered small. Are they considered small? Yeah, bread knives are considered small. Meanwhile, that's other was considered smaller. So I don't know. It's just not right. It's set up wrong. It's code. I'm pretty sure that somebody messed up on that. That is not the way that's supposed to be. But yeah, I was right. I knew that. I figured I would be. Usually am about those kinds of things. That's level 5. That's steel. Only 16 rounds. I'm running out of charcoal again. Oops. Be cool if for the seeds, like it didn't matter which seed, and that it's just like 100. Maybe the flaxseed and the sunflower seed gave you more, like oils or something, but that you could just make seed paste out of all the seeds, like 100 of them, or 50 of them. I had so many seeds that I just don't need them all, and I'm just deleting them at this point. They're completely worthless. There's no way that I could plant that many seeds even if there was like a bunch of people on, let alone just one player, right? Would not be possible. I'm just ending up having to delete them. I only need to light one of them right now. You don't make the other spoons anymore, which is sad. Now it's just regular fork spoons. Garbage this. How much charcoal do I have on the ground? 2? Hello? Oops. It's a big workshop? I mean, kind of, I guess. We gotta level our skills somehow. Unfortunately, though, we are... Oops, I'm putting these in the wrong place. We are hurting in terms of certain things. I don't have any books that can help me that level my skills currently. The XP values are meh, because they're going to be. Rat Race lowers the XP by a little bit, but it's not just that. It's a combination of just leveling methods themselves being kind of hampered in a way. The direct ways to level things are being adjusted and trying in an attempt for balance, and I don't know if it's the right move, but I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure. Because if you were playing an apocalypse game, you're going to have the books, so you're going to be able to get your skills up. Once you get your skills up, that's it. It doesn't really matter after that point, because it's not like you can lose your skills. Once you have them, they're permanent, so long as you don't die, right? So if you think about it, it makes sense that they should take a while to grind up, but at the same time, gating certain things behind skill levels makes it difficult for certain things. Like a good example would be the kiln. Let's say that and the devs have already mentioned that they want the game to be playable with in the middle of nowhere. Like if you have nothing and you can build yourself up, how are you supposed to level your ability to do a kiln? You can't do a kiln at the moment due to the fact that once you get a kiln, the lighter options are things that you either have to forage for, or like you can't make this off the bat. It requires level 4 electrical, which it's not easy to level electrical when you have a large amount of zombies and are grinding away with the book, let alone if you don't have the book and you don't have the means, right? Yeah, there's no possibility. But, I mean, they'll get there eventually. They'll figure out what they want in terms of flow, and I just think that that is... I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure. I'm not a developer, so it makes it difficult for me to make any sorts of super... I can only say the perspective of a player, what makes sense to me and what would make sense in the amount of stuff that I've played over the years and the different styles of progression systems, right? I don't know where I cut those trees down. I know they were over here somewhere, but it's hard because of the fog. But yeah, there's a lot of mods that fix a lot of the problems with the progression in their own ways, whether it's fix or that it gives their own opinion on what should be fixed, right? Because some folks believe that it should be one way, some folks believe it should be another way. It's hard to really know what the devs are wanting in that regard without going into the future somehow and seeing a future iteration of the game, right? Yeah, I think that it would be cool with candles. That's one of the things that I suggested a while ago, and I'm hoping that it maybe will hit somebody at some point, is that if butchering could have access to lard, it would fix some of the butchering caloric issues in the game. So that right there on its own. Like, you don't have to give a lot, but give like a little, some. Give some lard from butchering. So animal fat, right? And then with the animal fat and twine, Make a recipe for candles. Allow us to light the candles on a campfire or inside a barbecue so that we can light the candle, right? And then use the candle as a means to light the kiln. There you go. Large amount of the progression of that section fixed with just a couple of recipes. As well as some of the caloric needs shifting away from the need for butter and rabbit, right? Because if the other animals are yielding lard as an alternative, and that your lard is utilized for candles, and let's say that you are able to make the candles able to be put down, well then suddenly you're able to have ambient lighting, candle lighting. Maybe even make it so we can put the lanterns down. Don't need power anymore, just ambient lights. That way you could use the lighting in the later of the games, like this game for example, without having the use of a generator. Like, generators are great and all, but it's kind of hampering that they're the only form of electrical, right? No, thank you very much for the raid. I very much appreciate. You're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making some progress in the rat race. Or that's my plan for today, is to make some progress. I am needing food. Yeah. You start a small fire? Yeah, that would be kind of cool. Hello. Let's see, I'm doing some rat racing for at least a few hours for today. I might switch and play some other stuff as well, but that's to be determined kind of thing, whether I feel like it or not. I wanted to get some progress in on the rat race so that I can, you know, push some of my skills closer to being done. We'll do combat skills soon, is the plan. Like, I'll start going back into combat. But I've been seeing some more animation jank bugs that are making me question whether I should do that or not. Because there's a lot of freezing and such that... Most of it's to do with fence combat and down zombies from what I've seen, but we'll see. Oh, you already got you got the Gigamart. Nice. And you lose... so they're not incredibly OP. They're just back to their previous sort of... They've been given back their insta-kill. So they're really strong, but they're not... I wouldn't call them OP. They still are as fragile as they used to be. They're still... The Fire Hardened Spear would probably be one of the better ones. So if you're making those, I recommend those. But yeah, they're okay. Currently, in terms of meta, a lot of people are liking the sickles, but in all honesty, it doesn't really matter what you choose to use. So long as you get your weapon above level 7, it's gonna be fine. It doesn't matter what you choose. Just go ahead, go have fun. Kill stuff. But yeah, they are strong. They still get their animation, but they're a little bit better than they were in 41 in terms of the animation sticking, simply because the animation is faster than it used to be. Ever so slightly faster. But kudos on your Gigamart. It's good to hear. Yeah, old 41 days of, which people are still playing because, for example, speedrun.com is doing their thing. They're specifically playing theirs on the stable version of the game. So 42 is, as it's unstable, is being ignored in a way, which is understandable. I don't think I want to go back to 41 though. I'm quite content with 42. Even with all of the problems that 42 has, I feel like it's better to stay with 42. Because then I can at least voice my opinions and voice my perspective, and people will be able to make the game better, right? Overall. As opposed to when, you know, eventually 41 sort of is ebbed, then, you know, we kind of just are stuck with whatever we have, right? I don't want to be at that stage. They did add something that kind of adds more cover. Yeah, no, that is true. The long sticks are now capable. They should still re-implement the plank to long stick, in my opinion, and then that to spear as well. Because I don't feel like the spears should be as gated as they are. Yeah, sure, you could make an argument that, oh, they're so strong though, but no, they really aren't. They're not more strong than anything else. They're fairly okay, but like, and once you have an axe, you can chop down half a forest and gain yourself a pile of spears. Or like, for example, I just cleaned up this area over here, right? And I have on the ground here, like 27 fire hardened spears, 24 long sticks, as well as saplings, not including the other set of long sticks that's there. That's like another. So we have roughly, and then there's some more spears here. So I would say that we're in the ballpark of 100 to 200 spears right now. Just from chopping down the trees in the area, burning them for charcoal. But that's the thing, is I feel like it's to latch knives to. No. That just increases the weight. It's not worth it. You shouldn't put knives on spears. At least not currently. It can keep your spear going. You can't do it to a sapling or spear alone. Well, yeah, what you do is you make a fire hardened spear with a campfire. That's what you do. So you make a wooden spear and then you go over to your campfire, light it, and make fire hardened spears. The fire hardened spears are really good. They're one of the better choices for spears, given their weight and their durability. Like, with absolutely no skill in spear, I was able to get to spear 1 fairly quickly. But I'm also maintenance 10, so I'm probably a bad example. Because maintenance is much easier to level than it used to be. They added in so many different ways to level maintenance that people doing that pushing tree or pushing door thing, don't bother. Just go kill stuff and make weapons, and you'll be at maintenance 10 in no time. It takes not too long to level your maintenance up, especially if you take any kind of bonus in it. I think this character started at maintenance 3 because of all of the the bonuses that we took. We were weak and we were it's called puny and unfit. And then we took slow metabolism, which I had to re-add in later because it broke, along with the weight at that point in time. Yeah, throwing weapons would be cool. It's too foggy. Let's recoup some of that stamina. Yeah, it'd be cool to throw stuff, I think. It gives us that scene from Shaun of the Dead where they're in the back of the garden and they're throwing stuff at the zombies. And then they're like flipping through their albums and they're like, no, not that one. No, that was an original. It's like... I'd be keen on that. That'd be fun. Oh, so they broke the bottles? The bottles, that's probably unintentional. There's a lot of stuff that gets messed around with, and sometimes one strand of spaghetti pulls another strand of spaghetti and they fall apart. So I don't think that's on purpose. That doesn't sound like it's on purpose. If you haven't posted in the forums about that or like mentioned it that to other people, definitely bring it up so that the devs can hear about it, because that seems like a bug. Because they added in that dispenser bottle for specifically that reason. I don't see them taking that out. There's another one that I noticed as well, and that's what we just seen it over just a second ago. Here, I'll show you. Sec, I probably should get food first. But the some of the values of the recipes in the forge are wrong. Or at least they're mislabeled. Because it says you need 2 spoons in order to make a... So to make 2 spoons, it costs a quarter of a bar, right? So to make 10 spoons, it costs a bar and a quarter. A full bar and a quarter, right? And currently, it requires 10 spoons to produce what is essentially a quarter of a bar. Or even less, I think. Because I think it's being mislabeled. That's what's happening. It's being labeled as the same as the other smaller items, which require 10. So like nails, fishing hooks, stuff like that, where you need 10 of them in order to produce a little bit. The fine spoons are being labeled the same. Hopefully we find food in a second, because I would like some food. Nice. Just trying to make as many of these things as I can. Oh, yeah, hopefully they fix that stuff. It sounds like to me like it's a bug though. There we go. Sure. Short swords? They're okay. They're like less good machetes. But later on, once you get your long blade skill up, they're not bad. They're okay. Machetes are still really, really good, obviously, because they're machetes. But These in here. Katanas are being found more frequently broken than intact lately, at least from like from my experience so far. We've found almost all of the katanas that I found so far, which we are up to. I'm up to. I think we're at 10 or 11 katanas, but most of them have been found like this, where the tip's broken off. I'm looking forward to getting the two-handed swords because I remember the two-handed swords being really good. Armor gets you killed? Actually, no. Armor is a protecting force in this game now. It's really good. If you can get the full set, and then what you do is they added a new feature with the mannequins where you can actually load the mannequin up with the armor, and you can switch clothes with the mannequin. So like if you want like quick access, and anybody who likes the trait Fear of Blood is gonna be really happy with that, because all you do is get a mannequin, put your clean home clothes on the mannequin, right? And then you can swap your battle gear out. Doesn't it slow you a lot? I mean, not significantly, but the protection it gives now is ridiculous. You can still get bit, but like, I mean, if you wear the full suit of armor, it's hard for the zombies to bring you down. Like you can push them off. I think in the original test that I seen ages ago, it was 63. The zombies attacked 63 times. Now obviously that can vary, right? But that was the we were able to push them off for ages. And that's in the full armor head to toe. And they could still bite through it, but like it's less likely, right? Still learning all the new menus. One of the cool features that you can use is over here. I'll show you one that's really good. So if you click this, once you've got a handle on what recipes go where, or if you just, this gives you a wider range of visual on the recipes. So it's a little button here. So this is not a mod. This is part of the vanilla crafting. Is you push this and it goes from listing to this. Super useful if you're more of a visual person, which quite a lot of folks are, but yeah, there's the showing. Some of the stuff gets confused though. Probably because the search function doesn't separate the word from the item. So a lot of the time when you search for an item that maybe has other items within it, like with the lettering, it'll pull up recipes that have nothing to do with it. So it's just a little bit of work in progress on the search functions, but we'll see. Thank you. Probably gonna need another pair of tongs. And more charcoal. We get no XP for this portion. We're basically just burning wood away. But I'm willing to make that trade. Need the rope. 24 more in-game hours on top of, well, you know. And then we've got some leather. Not a lot, but some. So what would have taken an in-game week easily took more than an in-game month to get done because of how constantly like, the freezing of the items is. Do that section next once we run through the charcoal that I've currently got. It's historically done with a kettle. I'm not surprised. Kettles are awesome. Some of the metal stuff doesn't make sense as well, but I mean, I could go into that more later. The big one right now is the spoons. The spoons don't make a whole lot of sense. And I don't mean the forged spoons, I mean the fine spoons. Or the steel spoons. They're not producing enough steel. And then the recipe itself is broken. It's asking for 10 instead of asking for 2. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, it would be cool to have a Steam, like some kind of Steam creating device that could like give us maybe jerkies and stuff. In like maybe we make our own jerkies or smoked meats. It'd be cool to have smoked meats in the game. There should be enough mushrooms. Were bees vanilla? What, in this? There's bees in Zomboid? I don't think bees are a thing in Zomboid. At least I've never heard of them. Maybe they... I don't know. You got me questioning myself. No, bees are not a thing in Zomboid, from my memory. Because I don't remember bees. Now, for a few other games, Minecraft, Vintage Story, etc., they're like 7 Days to Die, they all have bees. 7 Days to Die, bees are new. It's a 50% chance that you get honey from a stump, and a 50% chance you activate bees. And then when I asked recently if you could have pet bees, I was told no, which makes me sad. Yeah, beeswax have been used for candles. This is not a bad day. I get myself a nice big old bowl of food, I might go and use this day for combat. Pretty sure I already have that, yeah? Okay, let's go break all of these things. Which is not gonna happen because we're gonna need to take like a lot of breaks. Because that's just how that goes. But we're getting stronger slowly. Yeah, we'll put on pants when we get there, because just keeping them off right now. 1 second. Where are my symbols? Wait, what? 1 second. Yeah, I have symbols on my map. Where are they? Okay, there we go. They're not showing them for some reason. That they weren't. It's weird. Okay. Yeah, so vegetable oil is craftable, but it's only craftable with flax and sunflower seeds right now. I think that they actually should broaden it and that it should be all seeds, but it should cost a lot. It should be like 100 each seed to make seed paste. I know that that's a bit excessive, but at the same time, you can get 100 seeds. If, you know, maybe even 50 seeds would be a good enough number, given the fact that a seed pack has 5 in it. So it's still 10 times more than what's in one seed pack. But that's just a thought, you know, especially given that one seed goes in the ground for a 1-to-1 usually. But you can get more depending on your farming level, or sorry, agriculture. But agriculture is the sore spot right now for a lot of players because they don't really want to do the time investment is way too high for the yield that you receive. That said, I mean, it'll get there eventually, probably. I think the implementation of greenhouses, any form of irrigation would be good. Sprinklers, anything. Yeah, it's just flax and flowers at the moment. Which I get it, it's because they want to put some balancers in the game, but the thing is especially during this time, balance isn't something that should be a major focus at this point, outside of absurd balances, right? You know, like the original butter soda meta, that right there on its own needed a balance because it was too far, right? It was too far in one direction. That said, though, I don't believe that the game should be overbalanced because if you focus too much on the little things, you're not going to see the big picture, the over arc, right? There's, you know, you're too focused on the little details, like too focused on one portion of the room, you're not cleaning the whole room. Oh, this part of the carpet over here looks really nice. This part of the wall looks really good. Meanwhile, the rest of the room is a disaster. Like it's there's, you know, balance. I'm gonna grab my watch bag and move it forward. Now, I'm not saying ignore balance entirely. Like I said, when things are too far in one direction, fix it. But that said, balance is a later step. It's not necessarily something that should be focused on as a primary. You want to make sure your systems are working before you balance them. Apparently the devs have put in 2 greenhouses, but they don't work yet. That's what there's like a couple of greenhouses that are designated as greenhouses on the map, but they've not been activated. That's what I've been told by people who read the code. That said, though, you know, we're all human. We can all make mistakes. And, you know, maybe they've activated it this time. Who knows? You were the one who told me? I think there was someone else, too. I remember you were one of the people. There was another person as well. They had a B in their name. But yeah, I do remember that you were one of the people that reads the code. So it's news, not news to you, but maybe news to other people. Let's wear pants. These things can go here. I don't read the code directly too often. Not really. I play the game, which is slightly different than reading the code, right? Because sometimes even the code is wrong. It's weird. Sometimes interactions in the game happen differently than even the code. Just because, I don't know, maybe something breaks, something's not right. Something's just strange. The biggest one that I can remember is the code being wrong for crafting spears in build 41, where it would go out of its way to grab a kitchen knife, even though that wasn't within the code. It was supposed to grab whatever knife is best, so oftentimes that really would risk your machete. But thankfully, for whatever reason, the kitchen knife was the primary, was always overtook everything else, which is the preferred option. Because kitchen knives are, you know, they're a bit dime a dozen, which is nice. You can find tons of them. They're not flagged as greenhoused in gameplay. Okay. Let's relax. That should be plenty for now. We're not that high level of long blade yet. Okay. We're gonna rest over here for a bit, and then we'll continue. Mm, that's another backpack. Nice. Ninja. We'll implement that code one day. I'm sure of it. But you could even make it so that the other stuff's not veggie oil, right? Like you make seed paste into like... I still believe that butter, vegetable oil, and lard should all have a malu on them that's the same as flour and all of that stuff. So that you have to put it into recipes. Like you can't just eat it by itself. I still got people that disagree with that thought process. And they're like, no, that's bad. It's because they covet their butter and they don't want it to be nerfed. But it's one of those things where it will get nerfed eventually. I just want, when it does get nerfed, I want there to be other options available. And that I want it to not be unhealthy for the game in that way. Because if you nerf butter right now, like if you were to take butter out of the equation completely, you would be stuck with bunnies. Bunnies and fish at the moment. They're the only two, right? And that's not fun. There's this cooking system that is so decent. It's so cool. And you could make so many cool additions to it that would be neat. But it's hampered because of the caloric system. The fact that calories are the primary thing and that everything else doesn't really matter. Yeah, you could make things like pemmican or other such things. But that's the thing. It's a flaw of the double system. So for those that are not for sure what I mean about the double system is the fact that the hunger moodle that appears on the side isn't really a, like, it's a countdown timer that's like, you have to eat. Meanwhile, there's another system that's hidden behind the scenes that's slowly killing your character if you don't pay attention to it. That's involved in the calorie system. This is the number that matters. The other one's just a suggestion to eat every once in a while. But, I mean, you kind of have to eat, because it will kill you if you don't. But it's a double system. And it's kind of it hurts hurts the cooking system in a way, because the meals aren't as important. It's more just about the, I got to get my hunger value and also calories. There's no major interactions with the system whatsoever. You could just ignore it entirely and eat the same things over and over and over again. However, if it were to be leaning towards a realism sort of style of thing, and I'm not saying that it needs to, because I believe that players that don't want to interact with that side of the system shouldn't have to, but there should be a reward or a buffing system for the players that do interact, like a better, like, I wish happiness and unhappiness were more. Like that they had better value. Like when your character's unhappy, it should hit your fatigue. Give us the real depression. Like, where you don't want to get up in the morning, where your fatigue is like destroyed, where you just want to stay in bed all day. That should be the real unhappiness. And that would drive players to being happy or wanting to variety their food, right? Stuff like that. And then give a benefit to those that are maintaining the happiness bonus. Make a happiness Moodle. Like when in The Sims. And now I know they're trying to drift away from The Sims a little bit, but when you're in The Sims and you give your characters all that they need and their needs are fully met, they get a bonus towards things like their promotions, right? I think that if you have all the needs met, a few things should happen. Either you get an XP bonus, or you get some kind of bonus to your strength or fitness that lasts way longer than the stuffed bonus, because that's the only benefit in the game at the moment, is having the stuffed bonus, and it goes away really quickly. It's not one that stays for very long. It's like a couple of in-game hours and then it's gone. It does give strength. So it does give you a +1 to strength. It's noticeable in certain situations, but very few situations does it come into play. But I feel like that could be a thing as well, is that to have like sort of an aspiration system of some sort, or, what does your character need? What is your character aspiring for? And then what can you give your character to make them a little bit better and strive towards that promotion, whether or not it's an actual promotion in levels, or maybe it's just something else. I'm not sure. But yeah, stuff like that, or like the nutrient paste, or like, because that stuff kind of, what is it, gruel? Or like, I can't remember. There's a type of old school just nutrients that you can get that gives your body what it needs. It's not great, but I mean, it's what you need. Kind of like in the Matrix, but not. Like, I'm thinking old school. Yeah, imagine if it actually, your character decides not to do things. You go to do an action, your character says, I'm too sad, I don't wanna. You go to craft something and they're like, nah, I'm not gonna. And they even do, maybe even do that Sims thing where they, they're, nah, no. It's just, I feel like the unhappiness system gets ignored completely. And that not that it needs to be not ignored, but I just wish that there was a buff and so I want there to be both sides of the coin. I want there to, the debuffs to be worse, and I want the buffs to be better. And I want buffs to exist, like real buffs, not like, so that you can actually, you put effort in to get those buffs, and those buffs help you, right? Like right now, I'm throwing this stuff on. I don't really need to, but I'm trying to stay in the habit of doing it. Just whenever I go out for combat. I want to get a mannequin at some point, but I'm sure there's one probably in a clothes store or something down the street. I just need to keep sort of pressing towards it. Yeah, I would love that if there were actually like systems in play that gave you buffs and or debuffs depending. Like, imagine a 0 to hero start where you are absolutely just, your character is not good at all. You're terrible. You've got all the unhappiness in the world. They don't want to do anything. They're sleeping all the time. Like, and then that feeling when you break out of it, when you finally get free of that zero part of the zero to hero, and you become just a normal character that's able to do a few things, that gets a little bit of variety in their diet, that is able to produce more XP gains over time. And then, you know, they get to that midpoint where they start wanting to level their skills. And currently in build 42, the amount of dragging out the mid game is absurd in comparison to build 41. Like, if you were to compare, and I know I'm not going super duper quickly, but if you were to compare my level gains from build 41 to build 42, at around this time, a few months from now actually, I had all of the skills maxed out. Now, in fairness, that build 42 or build 41 game that I played, I had access to the West Point school. I had a lot more. Even I was on 0.1 more loot. Or no, it's 0.01 more loot. So I was on insanely rare loot, which is 0.05 instead of 0.04. I was clearing a lot faster back then because I was only focused on combat at first. And then when I finally got through, I got, you know, there was a sizable reward. Now, due to the fact that a lot of the buildings come with less loot overall, and then not only that, but I'm not going to see that many books, because the way that the books are rolled now, the bookstores are not even a fraction of as good as what they used to be in terms of total skill books. They've got some random books, which are nice for unhappiness, but once again, I mentioned that earlier, is that unhappiness is kind of an mechanic at the moment. It doesn't really do anything other than slow your action speed, and outside of some niche cases, it's not that bad. Made minor pain go away. Like, if your character was happy, like, they would be elated, which means that they would do things faster, actually, is what I was thinking. Think about that. You not only you do things faster, but could you imagine if your character maybe sees a little bit better, your cone of vision is a little wider, you know, stuff like that, because they're in a good mood. They see the world the way that they need to see it, and they're happy. Yeah, and most of the bookstores have been, it's essentially because their overall loot pools have been watered down. They're just not as good as they used to be. The only book places that still maintain their decency is often the bookshelves in a lot of houses, as well as the universities. A lot of the schools are still, they're still okay. They're not like super duper good, but they often will have some. Yeah, you maybe see a couple of books. Do you mean Ekron, or are you talking about Phallus Lake? Like actual Ekron? Or because Ekron's over here and Phallus Lake is over here. I'm gonna guess you mean Phallus. Because yeah, actual Ekron. Okay, yeah. So if you do the Ekron Community Center, you said there's a decent amount of books. You can find quite a lot of books in houses that are like, for example, if I were to go down to March Ridge, there's a decent amount of bookshelves down here that would have fair amount of books. I also didn't check every single house in Dixie. So there's still probably some books over here on this side. That said, if I push through to the school and I push through to a couple of the other residential area, the gated community down in this area, and a couple of the other spots, there's not bad book potential down here, but I'm only going to see like 1 or 2 books. The storage unit only had 2. Oh yeah, in standard play it's packed. This is comparative to old build 41's mode that I used to play on, right? But then they also implemented that other mechanic where sometimes things are looted before you get there. And funny enough, that mechanic actually makes it better for my loot tables than currently if it wasn't. So if I were to go into a house that's pre-looted, a lot of the time there's items on the floor that are better than what I would have got if it wasn't looted. It's just the nature of the way that this particular style of play works. And once again, a lot of the stuff and a lot of the things that I'm talking about, some of it is critiqued towards comparing the build 41 times 16 to the build 42 times 16 experience, but I'm not trying to like, I would compare the two apocalypse modes more likely than, because it's better to compare the two apocalypse modes because those are the more common played and they're actually the default setting of the game, right? So they're the ones you want to be comparing to. Anyways, before we continue on, which we will be going, and I'm just going to be breaking a lot of the metal implements that I have. I do need to BRB for just a moment. I got to refill my tea, stuff like that. So be right back. Okay, let's continue. Oh, we ran out, didn't we? Yep. I saw in the dark. No. Hello. How's point 11 treating me? It's okay. There's certain aspects of it that I really like. I definitely like it better than 42.10, because 42.10 kind of... There were parts of 4210 that I liked, but ultimately there's quite a lot that I didn't like as well, especially given fishing. Fishing's better now than it used to be, but still, like, it's not even a shadow of its former self, right? That said, though, it's not too bad. Like, I mean, we'll admit that fishing was a little bit too strong before, in a way, but at the same time, I don't think that that is much of a point at the moment. Like, yeah, they did go a bit far, and that's why they backed it a little bit, but I feel like they've still not quite, like it, everybody was always, like, has always been posting those pictures, and they're, like, showing the hunger values, and that's great and all. Hunger values are not relevant. They were partly, like, it's good that they are better, but they're not, they aren't the focus. And people will forget that. But that said, though, I hope that that kind of will make them, the devs, a little bit more aware of the cooking systems in general. Maybe they'll adjust some of the caloric values of the other meats up, or maybe they'll make it so that we can access, like, so this right here, like, flax or sunflower seeds, that's it. That's the only thing that can make seed paste at the moment. I would love it if they could make it so that it fit for 50 or 100 of any seed, like, could make seed paste, and then you could make vegetable oil, but then also, as to kind of curb it a little bit, make all of the vegetable oil, butter, and all that, apply that malu that they have to be used in recipes. You know, make us interact with the cooking system a little bit. Is you can't see that over for fish. Exactly. So everybody's focused on the hunger values, but not really realizing that, generally speaking, the fish that they are actually, the real value of their fish is probably in the realm of, like, maybe for something that's like 100, there may be a few thousand, which is good. That's solid caloric value. It's just, before you used to get 14, right? So comparatively, it's not as good, but I mean, it's better. It's better than 4210, when fish became almost, like, super difficult to catch in general. So they stepped it up a little bit. They raised the fishing values by like 5 sizes or something, and yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't have to eat a whole pig to match a small fish, but at the same time, there's still the aspect of a baby bunny is producing more caloric value than an Angus, like a full Angus cow. So, and that's not meaning to nerf the bunny. It means buff the meat on the cow. The cow should be able to feed you. And I know this is a video game, and I know that your character can't, like, you can't have it feed you for months, but, like, if you were to butcher a cow in reality, you'd be good for quite some time, you know, at least a week. Hello, by the way. Yeah, so I'm not saying that the game should be like reality. I understand it's a video game, and that we need to curb some things so that there is balance and value. So instead, buff the meats a little bit so that they're a little bit better and equivalent to all the other meats. Maybe add lard to the butchering put to the butchering loot. And then also give us the recipes so that we can have ambient lighting. I would love to have candles to place around my base. I would absolutely, because as somebody who spends quite a lot of time without generator, which I do, I spend quite a lot of time without a generator. I feel like it's a luxury. I do like that, so I don't want them to nerf rabbits. As much as I know that that seems kind of like, but why? It's because right now, the current methods of feeding yourself are rabbits, butter, and fish. That's it, really, of gaining your calories up. You can gain calories in a few other ways, but the ways to gain calories efficiently is butter bunnies or bust. You can put fish in there as a secondary because they did bring it back up a little bit, but yeah, because you can gain calories through the foraging, but it's slow and there's a lot of standing still and fast forwarding time, and it's not great. And you can gain weight through farming and agriculture via the making of vegetable oil, but it's just also not great. Not until you have a decent enough plot size, and yeah. Can you live off eggs? I mean, you can, yeah. It takes quite a lot of eggs in order to sate your hunger so that you're not losing weight, but yeah, you could. If you have enough chickens. Plus, some of the chickens will die every once in a while, and that'll give you a little bit of a boost. Alright, we need to get food, and then we need to do some more metalworking today, because I don't want to go out right now. It's snowing, and that is annoying. I got through an entire winter eating cherries at one point. It was awful. I guarantee Higgins is sick of cherries at this point. If anything, he probably hates them. I know I would. If I had to eat them for like months and months, back to back to back, and that was what I was getting my mealtime on, it's like, no. You know, after about like the second month, I think I'd be sick of it. What do you guys think? How long could you eat one food? Like, and it, like, cherries are okay. I don't mind them. But if I had to eat them as something that was sating me for, like that was my meal of the day, was cherries, right? So let's say an equivalent. Let's say that you had to eat like, I don't know. I think I could maybe do it for like but you couldn't. See, in reality, you wouldn't be able to do that. Let's pretend for a second that it gave you all your nutrients. Yeah, those are different though, because they sometimes they inflect different flavors in the MREs, right? I don't know. I've only had a handful of those in my time, but I am not a military person. I had them given to me by friends. Like, you should try this. It's really good. I got it from it's like some kind of scouts thing or whatever. It's like, okay, I'll try it. Why not? You persisted on eggs and cheese for a year. Yeah, but could you imagine eating cherries for like 4 months, like straight? Like that's all you eat every day is cherries. You wouldn't be able to do it in reality, but like, I mean, essentially it was cherries and what was the other thing? I think it was cherries and fish were the only two things we were eating. It's for months. Do I want to go out today anyways, even though I said I wasn't gonna? Maybe. Basically identical stuff. Okay, that's neat. The flavors are going to be the more important thing, kind of, because the human body likes different things. Like, if you try to eat the same thing over and over and over again, eventually the body is like, no, I don't want this anymore. Stop it. Stop giving this to me. And it starts to reject it. I think that's survival. It's a survival trait thing that, to prevent you from over nutrient and going too much in one thing. Maybe poison of some kind? I don't know. Hypervitaminosis. Vitaminosis. Too much vitamins. Or is it vitamins? Yeah. Human beings are interesting. We do adapt and evolve, like, kind of. Like, we gradually gain traits that are better for us overall. Sometimes. Yeah, and you kind of get cravings towards things, but it's not always right. Oh, I thought it was an intact long dress. I mean, I still could take it. It's still tailoring XP. How do you do... it's funny, once you have enough clothes, you don't need to worry about it so much. I think on, in the early rat race, on my very first attempt, I lived on a beach on the side of the river. So you don't need to worry about being indoors. What you need to worry about in the initial of any Time 16 game is having a safe place to be. A safe place you can call your own. And then making sure to maintain that safe place. So first things first is get a safe place you can call your own. And a safe place that you can call your own is a place that you can yell in and there's no zombies that come and visit you. That's important. Once you have that, it doesn't matter if I'm cold enough to get a cold, because then, you know, I can pull zombies in gradually. But usually you want to play specific areas. You get familiar with the map and you know where the areas are where there's less zombies. So, for example, and then also you got to be strategic with where you put your helicopter. So if you're not strategic and kind of just let the helicopter happen, that area becomes harder to manage later on. So you'll find out later on when the swarm wave of zombies come. because it takes a while for sometimes for them to get from where they want to be to somewhere else. Um, so for example, we spawned in West Point. I ditched the spawn really quickly. We lived on this riverbank for a little while. We foraged until eventually I left this area. We took over this cabin, and then I had my helicopter where? I had my helicopter up here. So the reason why up here is because the helicopter has a 7-cell, I think it's 7, a 7-cell radius. So it would mean that I'm going to be pulling quite a lot of things. So I want to make sure that I'm in a location that is not going to sort of compromise my other areas. So it would likely pull most of West Point was the big thing. And then also quite a lot of Valley Station was getting pulled. So we had our helicopter here and then we bailed, right? I knew this area would be light. And given the direction that the helicopter happened, I knew absolute worst case scenario of Dixie would be in here. It would be in the forest, right? Alternatively, they could have made it all the way over here, but more than likely they just are going to stop in the forest here or around this area. To which then I was just careful, and that's you just take your time. Once you have a place that you can designate as your own, you're good. And then from there, you do survival. So build up your food supply or your food skills. So whether it's you want to go and grab rabbits, or you want to do fishing, or you want to go and look for cows, if you know where all the cow spawns are, it's helpful. And then you can kind of, you're not limited though. You're never stuck in an area. Like for example, if let's say for sideways purposes that all of Muldraw decided to come over and ruin my day, because it could. One bad house alarm. Its house alarms are still active for another 3 years in game. So let's say one bad house alarm suddenly pulls all of Muldraw. Okay, well then what? Well, I can just bail. I can leave this area completely and I can head somewhere else. I probably would head up here just to look at what happened with this area. And then I probably would ditch that area and try and go for a clear on Phallus. Because Phallus is always a good starting point. Because it's central in the map. Rosewood's not a bad choice either, and neither is Echo Creek. These are all central locations that are also not far from bodies of water. Rosewood has this here, but it also has this wonderful lake down there that you can kind of sneak over to. Just be wary of the resort. That said, though, like from there, you kind of choose what you want, you know. Once you get past the first couple in-game years, once your character is in a solid state, you'll be able to just kind of progress. And then it's about how when do you feel like you've put in you know enough into the rat race? Because not everybody's going to want to see the rat race all the way through. Some people are just going to want to hit their own personal bests, right? And maybe set a new record for themselves. And other people are going to want to maybe make a cool base. Like, it's up to you to decide what you want to do with things, right? Not everybody jumps into the rat race with expectations that they're going to win. Phallus Lake is named after its lake that looks like a peen. And that's why. It's just they happen to make a lot of lakes that happen to look like peens, and that's why this got called Phallus Lake. It's because they knew they were going to be adding Ekron in, so this in between area was either going to be Lick Skillet or it was going to be whatever they make believe town that they wanted to call it. So it became a make believe town. Doesn't it look like a ball peen hammer? I mean, it could also be a swan, like a goose, right? But internal, like the devs, the actual, like, you know, the devs, they called this one Phallus Lake internally. So, you know, it's their vision. They decide what they want things to be called. You can still call it whatever you want. There's a lot of people that called it Pacron. There's a lot of people that called it Penis Lake. which is not far off of Phallus Lake. You know, it is what it is. You can make any jokes you want about it. Yeah, pretty much, right? But yeah, if you need any other tips and stuff or about the rat race or just Zomboid in general, feel free. Doesn't matter if I'm playing Zomboid or not, I will answer Zomboid questions. As well as to the best of my ability. And I'm not an infinite tome. I don't have all the knowledge forever. I just can give my thoughts and then also my own player knowledge that I've incurred over a while. Is there a chopper? Yeah. Like, you mean a helicopter in the rat race? Yes. One. In the initial creation of the rat race, we agreed on one chopper. What's a pretty way to stack chests in Vintage Boyd? Are you asking about Vintage, or are you asking about Zomboid Rat? Because I need to know. Oh, I feel bad. That is a pristine set of clothes. Look at these. Look at these beautiful, beautiful clothes. I'm taking them. I have to take them. I ruined that shirt. Vintage? A beautiful way to stack chests. Well, given the fact that we have that lovely, what you could do is, and it wouldn't be stacking chests so much as what you would do is you would put the shelves around and then the chest underneath, kind of, to give it that sort of, do you know what I mean? Like that, we have those fancy shelves now, right? So I could see those being as side, kind of like the shop counter that you were thinking of before. And then all you do is you pull the chest forward a little bit. That's what you're working on? Okay. I have some ideas for that, but I'll near future, I'll come and try to help. But I do have some ideas. Most of it involves trim and making it less of just a line or a box of something. So think less of a line and increase your total depth. You know what I mean? Because adding more depth could give you more room so that it doesn't look like when you open the chest that you're opening it underneath something. You're instead going to be opening it and there's shelving behind. But it looks like it belongs there. No help, only kill zombie. I mean, I want to kill zombies, but that's not my main goal in the rat race. My main goal in the rat race actually is to beat my old PB, but also to I want to do some of the outposts. I actually want to take over some of the churches and stuff, but I'm not in a rush to get it done. It's one of those things where I'm going to take my time, do it gradually, and I might not even be playing Zomboid here in the next few hours. We'll see. I might swap and play something else. I'm doing things at my whim now. This is how I feel. You know, I can do whatever I want. There's no limitations. And I think people would prefer me to do things that I enjoy, right? Not that I don't enjoy this. I do enjoy this. That's why I'm playing it. Games that aren't Zomboid? Like Vintage Story, RimWorld, Abiotic Factor, stuff like that. I've been very much enjoying Abiotic. It's been really fun. I could play that game again, right through. Its story is really good. It amuses me the way that how different things go, and just seeing some of the art that people did, because I went on to the, like, recently I went on to to Reddit in general, I stumbled onto a Zomboid thing, so I wanted to answer their question. But I also stumbled into the Abiotic Reddit, and that place is funny. It's a funny place to be. They're hilarious in there. There's some interesting posts. I think it's because it's done in less of a, like, there's more, I don't know, it's just that the tone seems different. I don't really enjoy the Zomboid subreddit at all. It isn't fun on there. Put these away. Yeah, it's true. It became kind of so, became so silly after a time, and those folks are just so, they're just carefree, and it comes through. Like, you can really feel how carefree it is. It's like, nope, don't care. I'm having a fun. No one can stop me. Okay, so I'm gonna be able to rearrange this soon, and I'm happy for that because I set it up wrong, and I know it. But very soon will be good because we're about to finish drying our first batch of leather, which means that we will have officially, you know, 11 leather and 1 medium leather. When previously I was able to do so much more, but that's because it didn't have a timer before. What's the circular stone thing? What, this? This is a, I don't remember what it's called. Let's see. It's, the campfire. That you can walk into. That's all I know. Campfire that you can walk into. Where is it? Outdoors, right? Oh, it's right here, masonry. So this is a fire pit, and then there's fire pit with stones. You can do this one at level 1 masonry, and this one at level 2. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, and this is something that's going to happen just in general for all of it, and that's, there we go. There's a limitation on how much firewood you can put into things, which is gonna make drying stuff a little bit more tedious. So as you can see, still 2 full days left on this one. These 2 are done though. It says 14 hours left. These ones are down to 5 hours. It's because I'm not lighting both again. So all that effort, 7 in-game days, right? Let's see. And you have to be level 4 tailoring. And I received 5.6 XP for tailoring. That took over 7 days to get that. For 5.6 XP. There are better methods now, though, that I've been looking at. And some of them involve bones. And then when we do successfully get leathers, we can then make strips. And then we can also make things like the collars. The collars are pretty good. 1 leather strip, but it takes 4 bones, right? The bone beads, which we can make out of bones. Which we're going to get lots of anyways, because that's how it goes. Patch on, patch off is not as good as it used to be. Patch on, patch off is worth like 0.35 now, if I recall correctly. Actually, I don't really remember if it's 0.35. I think it's something like that. Let me see. Insert. So we need what? They really did nerf it though, like real bad, so that it wouldn't be something that we choose to do as often. Where are my needles? I had needles before. Just gonna make 3 needles really quickly. Just so we can test this. Oh, is it too dark now? Okay, here we can see it now. Sorry, I was wrong. It wasn't 0.35, it was 0.28. So the meta became shortening skirts and socks for and denim jeans, as well as so like long skirts. And I am doing a little bit of that, but it's like 0.7 per. So like here I'll grab, because on the floor there is some skirts, right? So I do grab those, and I am shortening them as time goes on, but it's like, it's very minimal XP for that. And it's also very minimal XP for, yeah, can be shortened 3 times, which ends up being worth like, you know, a couple of like 1 point something, 2 point something, maybe. So assuming you get a tailoring book, that would be great, but I don't have the hopes for that. And it's not bad because it gives you rags, which you can then turn into more thread, which, and the consolidate all function working better than it used to is nice. It's still not perfect because when you hit consolidate all, it consolidates all of 1 thread. But if you had like say a couple hundred thread in your inventory, well, you have to consolidate more than once. You have to click more than once for it, which is I get it, kind of. Yeah. Everything is lots of little bits of XP, which all in all, and it's not just that, it's that it's also, it's lots of little bits of XP, but also the fact that it takes in-game time to do it. Everything now takes in-game time to complete. For me to do even the smallest of actions takes like 10 in-game minutes. Right? So it ends up amounting to way more time wasted than you'd imagine to level all these things up. Now, on a multiplayer server, what you could do is you could designate jobs, and then certain people would take specializations into into those sorts of things. So it's set up decently for that, and it's also set up decently for NPCs, maybe, but it just makes it more tedious. But so something that the one point that I can give in favor of the devs, and is there is only one, and that is that it's once you get your levels up, right? You don't lose them. Right? You're not losing the skill once you have it. So that's the only point that I can give in favor of this. And I like, if I were to try and advocate in favor of it, is that you don't lose the skills once you get them. So, you know, once you're level 6 tailoring, you're level 6 tailoring. That's it. You've unlocked all those recipes. You get to be a super tailor for whatever, right? But I don't know. Right now, mannequins are decent because you can swap clothes on them, which is nice. That doesn't give tailoring XP, does it? That would be hilarious if it did. That change is especially good for people who like Fear of Blood. I foresee Fear of Blood being better now because of that. Because now you can swap into your home gear a lot faster. You can swap into your battle gear a lot faster. Not that you couldn't before, by, like, for example, if I were to keep a bag over here, which is what I'm doing, right? I'm keeping a bag here that has my armors in it. You can swap over. Piece by piece. The mannequin lets you do it just instantly, the whole thing. You're not sure if they fixed the washing machine? Well, they have fixed like things like pumps and lakes and those kinds of things for washing your clothes. So you can wash your clothes at those places, but that's not what matters. Is my point being is you'd have your going out gear, and then you'd have your staying home gear. Your staying home gear always clean, right? Or you could have multiple sets of staying home gear. I still think it makes Fear of Blood better. No, the liquid pipes don't work yet as far as I know. If I'm wrong on that, please do correct me, but I don't think they work yet. The most recent update changed the drying racks in like this way now. So, and a lot of people have been complaining about it. Because the drying racks, not specifically to the it's more the plant drying racks that are getting complained about than these drying racks. Your character, no. If you don't take Fear of Blood, it's probably not something you're gonna like. Fear of Blood is really annoying. That said, though, my point was that the people that do take Fear of Blood would like it better now than before because of the mannequins. Mannequins make it easier. But if you don't take Fear of Blood, chances are you're not going to. But now the fact that you can make like amphoras and take the lid off, I can't take the lid off these two amphoras because these were made pre-4210. But any M4s in the future, you can just make them, and that they're, they're not super hard to make and give you decent amount of water. Can you rotate them? I think so. But even rotating them doesn't let me open them. Or maybe I can't. No. I know I can pick them up. I picked them up earlier and put them down, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah, it didn't work when I did it. What's the meaning of the Great Spiffo Rat Race? Rat Race. There you go. And if you don't want to read that because you don't like reading, the Spiffo Rat Race is basically playing the game with hard settings and then doing those three objectives. So a million zombie kills, perfect character, and 13 points of interest dotted around the map. 12 of them are churches, one is a military complex, and trying to secure it all. It's meant to be a hard mode challenge, which is fun, and it's meant to be a marathon style gameplay, which is meant to go on for many real life months. That said, though, given that it is a game mode that can go on for many real life months, there's chances are that people are going to need breaks, and or some folks may just not continue, right? You may hit that stride where you decide that it's, that's it for me. I don't want to play the Spiffo Rat Race anymore, and that's okay. Go play other things. There's, or come back to it later. And the game world is yours to command, and do whatever you want. But yeah, this is, it's a interesting way to play the game. You rotated your pre-drying racks and it fixed it. So I tried that earlier with a drying rack and it didn't fix it. So I just destroyed the drying rack, and there's other stuff. I can explain it in better detail if you need, but there's additional commands there that if you want to see the settings, or you could just join the Discord and then select like a rat race role or watcher role, and there'll be explanations there as well. But I can understand people not wanting to join 100 million Discords. There's like tons of them. Everybody has one kind of deal. I get it. Tisn't preferred. I should be able to still start the fire from there. Yeah, there is a limit. Apparently it's 100 unless you have nitro, and then if you have nitro, it's 200. I only knew that it was 200 because I'm old on Discord. I've got like a grandparent style plan with Discord that I don't want to get out of because it's cheap and gives me nitro. And they've tempted me many times with things. They're like, here, we'll give you this free stuff, but please stop with the grandparent plan. But that's the thing, is when you're on a grandparent plan, you stay on that plan. It is going to be the best plan probably ever. There's few things that you should trade that out for. it's like with phones or with certain package things. It's funny sometimes with the way that companies do that. Is like they've updated things and things have changed, but the old plans, they have to honor them. It's like, please, can you get off that plan? Please. No, you're not gonna get off the plan. Fine. Probably. I don't know. I just know that it was funny. Because I had someone at one point, and I swapped off phone plans, but somebody was like that, please, can you switch? Please. It's like, okay, fine. It's like I was like the last person on that particular phone plan. Just like holding on to it, clinging to it. Yeah, sometimes it's bad. Sometimes they make it bad intentionally, and then they try to, you know, the new versions have got better stuff. You have to give it up eventually, but usually you're paying more. Do you want a flip phone again? You can buy a flip phone. Those are purchasable, I'm pretty sure. But they don't have all the same features that the new phones have, which is, you know. Yeah, exactly. Just a device for the internet. Whether it be a laptop or anything, just something to enjoy stuff on, especially when you're on the road or, you know, you're busy. You're busy and you can't, like, be... with your main setup, if you have your... so what are you at? 0. Okay. Please. Yeah, I'm gonna pick those up here in a second and see if I can, I'm pretty sure it won't work because I had to take apart that other thing, but I'll try. I wouldn't take the lid off of this one, but see, it's not letting me rotate them. Because these are old amphoras. So I think these ones have some kind of different, like, they're not the same as the new ones. There's something wrong with them. See? There is no option to take the lid off. Yet if I were to make another amphora right now, which I don't have the clay for, so I can't do it, it would be a new 4211 amphora and I could take the lid off. I don't know. Those amphoras are broken. Wasn't there a drink to forget your Rustbound magic? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's called it's called Cursed Amphora. Or something like that. Look up Cursed and you'll find it. It requires you to put rod around a thing. What's it called? Crystal memory. I don't know if it's a drink, but it looks like a food. The marketer's not like... Yeah, here they're not. They don't do voicemail either. It kills you? Rhett, did you restart your progress again for the 4th millionth time? I mean, it makes sense it would kill you. You're putting rot around a crystallized memory. It just kind of makes sense in my head that it would kill you. Oh, you wanted to see if you can craft the tier 2 thing. So you're going to force yourself to level up, or you're just going to spam magic until you're leveled? That takes so long. Rhett's got the patience of some kind of deity. Some monk kind of levels of patience. But yeah, here it would cost them money to leave a voicemail as well, so they don't do that. Not unless they think they're gonna get something out of it, I guess. The lightning, it did set your roof on fire. Why did you do it indoors? You should have done that outside. I didn't say to do it outside. I guess I probably should have. I'm sorry. I should have said something because I knew. Because I've tried that. I did it in the single player world because I was curious about it. I'm like, what does this do exactly? And I'm like, do you get wavies on the screen? No, it kills you and it lightning strikes you. No wavies. That's fun though. I like that. I hope it makes you able to craft things, Rat. If not, if you need me to craft more stuff, I will, but it hopefully fixes your problem. Hindsight something something. Yeah. That is a lot of my stuff. Because sometimes I'll forget things and then I'll remember them after. And it's just like, oh, but I could have done something and I feel bad. It's like, wait a second. I had the answer, cat, to that. I failed you again. Like that Dexter's Lab meme. I failed you. Oh yeah, I can't. I was retired. Yeah, it's frustrating. I get some of the ones where it's text messages as well sometimes. Where it's they were they're like, hi, by the way, blah blah blah, yada yada. It's like, no, don't text me. This is not a phone to be texting me on. I barely answer the people that I do know in reality, let alone am I gonna answer those folks? Sometimes, mostly work related. So, you on stock Android? Yeah. The problem is that sometimes they're utilizing numbers that are not their own, which is a problem. There we go. Oh yeah, absolutely. They're a lot more strict than the US and Canada. Canada is a little bit like there is some strictness, but it's similar to the US. Very similar. You can complain to your phone company, but it's like sometimes that just goes nowhere. The only real way that you can get around it is if you're well, I don't want to say if you're rude, but kind of. You're firm in how you deal with it. Because I don't like being rude to the customer service folks, because I understand that it's not necessarily their choice that things are the way they are. But at the same time, it is somewhat frustrating to have to deal with the nonsense that comes in with those kinds of things as well. So I'm always nice to the people that are on the phone with me, but at the same time, I will be like, you know, I need to get things this way to be very specific. That's something that I learned a while ago. It was especially with internet plans. One of the more embarrassing ones I remember is that so they called for my area specifically, and they kept calling me over and over and over again, saying, "Oh, you finally get fiber, and it's gonna be in your area." I knew that was wrong, and that we didn't have that at the moment. And that it wasn't that, and because I had the time frame of when they were going to be installing the lines, so I knew when it was going to happen, and I'm like, that's not happening yet. They're like, what do you mean? And I was like, is there another plan that's better than my current one? They're like, yes, there is. And then they would go, I'd be like, are you sure? Go check. And they would check, and they'd be like, oh, sorry. Like, you know, if this was another person, you know, you got to be careful, because that other person would be expecting, you know, discounts and rates and stuff. So like, don't you know, don't sell things like that aggressively. Ease back a bit and make sure you know your info. Another person I know or don't know, but like that I talked to was convinced that upload and download were the same thing, and I had to explain to them that that's not the case. You know, and they're trying to upsell to me, oh, you know, but upload and download, they're the same. I'm like, no, they aren't. They are not the same thing. They should be, but they are not. They should be, but they are not. Uh, Hello. Hope you're having a good day, Bugbear. I'm making charcoal. What was that drying room that I saw? It is my answer to the leather working problem. I'll show you in a sec. It's not super complex, and it's actually not set up properly. I need to set it up better. But it was ragtag, and I was still learning how to deal with it at the time. But I'll show you here in a moment. There we go. Just put these things here. Just throw those there for right now. Okay, so this triangular rack room is wrong. I already know it's wrong. The way that you want to do it is that you want to place down a drying rack beside the adjacent tile to the fire, because it's the tile that gets the most heat. The adjacent tiles that are one away, like this one and that one, they'll get less heat. So you want your main drying racks to be on like this, kind of. I'm going to be moving this one to here, and then I've got to figure out if it's the left tile or the right tile is the actual drying rack. But essentially it's a plus sign, yeah, is how to make it the best heat possible. And then the way that you access this to light it is going to be adjacent through the corner here. So for example, I grab these and we go one. No, this is gonna suck. I need to put down. There we go. So now if we light this, I can light it from this corner tile, and I can then put another couple of single tiles, or we'll see what it takes to for the larger one. But we want to put the larger ones beside as well, right? I'm gonna guess that it's probably this tile and not that one, but I need to figure out which one it is, and then I can put it there, and then it'll be receiving the most drying possible. But yeah, so I was experimenting with different ones. But at the end of the day, drying racks are actually only utilizable for leather, which is used to get you your tailoring levels, which is then once you have high enough tailoring, you'll only need a little bit of leather. And the little bit of leather will be to put patches on your clothes and then also to make the armors. And then have a mannequin with the best version of the armors, and then anytime you need to repair the armors, well, there you go. Then you'll need leather for that. But that said, the actual usage of leather is not going to be super important because a lot of the backpacks that you'll be getting are from the zombies. Now, arguably, if you want to be somebody who's using, like, you know, ground up with nothing, there are backpacks that you can make as well in the tailoring, but I haven't really seen which ones are best, and I don't really understand what the frames are on them because I've never made them, but I'm gonna guess that they're pretty good. Yeah, somebody's saying that they're good, but then you can have frame packs which are probably similar. 45 capacity with organized. What about disorganized? Probably just a little bit less, right? So 35 with normal. Disorganized probably like 30 or something. I don't know. Well, here, look at the current backpack that I've currently got. This one's 15 and it's a hiking bag. The school backpacks are 10. Or 15? No, they're 10. Let's do thistles. Just doing this as a top up. Just don't have to think about it for a little bit. So you see that didn't even pull me out of very hungry. It's because from very hungry to starving is actually a pretty big square of your hunger. It's kind of funny. People see this and they think they're starving, but really it's not that bad. I'm just hungry, that's all. Probably should go get a couple of rabbits. You can craft magic stuff again. Hi. Okay, so you broke yourself somehow. That's interesting. I wonder what caused you to break yourself. I'm above Rosewood in my run, and I'm thinking of moving closer to Echo. Okay. There's a couple of spots that I can think offhand that are not bad. There might be some clearing required, though. Is that something that you're comfortable with? What would you say is your more comfortable capability? What weapons do you use? There are some variables that I need to know in order to make my suggestion. That said, there's a couple of places that I'm thinking of offhand. You said you're north of Rosewood? So that would be here. Doe Valley area. You could just live in the Doe Valley area. I would set off my helicopter over here, like somewhere. Maybe along this route, actually. Maybe running. Actually, I would set off my helicopter up here if I was going to choose to live down on this area. And you had to delete the server save for them. Yeah, that sounds awful. If I were thinking about which, like, so it depends a little bit on weapons. You're traitless, all zeros, but you're clear with luring. You already had the heli. Oh, okay, then you don't need to care anymore. Your carrying is limited to where do you want to go. You could go look for the cows that are in this area. If you clear by pulling the zombies out and just leaving them somewhere, you could slowly take over Doe Valley and then work your way towards Phallus. Phallus is a great place to start. So I would do that. Or alternatively, you could work your way to the river. You could do river sometimes. There are quite a bit of zombies. Like there's like about 1,000 or so zombies along this section up here. But once they're clear, it's not so bad, depending on where you set off your heli, of course. You said you wanted to lean towards Echo, though. So where would you want to be in Echo Creek? You could... This area is kind of busy. I wouldn't go there. You could start clearing this area here for this unnamed little pile of town buildings. This is kind of fun, so you can clear more effectively. I'm thinking about not just you clearing, but like through pulling them away, but you pulling them away and then sort of culling back some of the herd for your weapon skill. So you said you're all zeros, so just using any weapon in general would be good. It doesn't matter what it is. I would recommend probably spear if you're going to go early, but maybe some other weapons. But spear would be the easiest, probably. Hi, by the way. Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. We're going over just fun starts for the for the rat race. Yeah. Yeah, I figured I'd seen you playing Zomboid before. Yeah. Do appreciate the raid. I am sorry, intro. Okay. That's but hopefully your Zomboid's going good. Sanatorium is good when it's cleared, but it takes a bit to clear. It's a busy place. 2 years, GG. Yeah, making progress. I'm slowly pulling Moldra down. If you see here, I'm this far in. Actually, we can remove 1 second. Yeah. So that's how far I am right now. If you're curious where I'm at in my mold draw clear, we're about there. Got a ways to go. You like the coastal town? The coastal town's not bad. You're talking about like this little area over here, or are you talking about the one that's like up here? This one. This one's not bad. This is a very common one that's that I know unknown really likes this one, and I've been there before and in a playthrough, just walking through mostly though. Um, this is called Deerhead Lake, but it will never ever be a deerhead to me. I will only ever see an Among Us because that's what Karumi said it looked like, and now I can't get it out of my mind. Anyways, you could also, if you're willing to travel, there is this area over here next to Ekron that's not bad. This takes a little bit of clearing, but it is a beautiful abode. It's really nice. This one up here is not bad either. This is Schubert's estate. It's very nice. There's actually cow percentage, like a chance for cows up here, as well as some sheep. So you can maybe get cows, sheep, and pigs. There's also at this house that's just south of Schubert's, there's another chance for pigs and another chance for sheep down here. So that's just north of Ekron. There is a sizable amount of zombies there, though. But you said you're comfortable luring them out, so I'm gonna guess that you're capable on that. You hate that bridge and dock is just visual. You can't. Okay, I see. But if you're in, I would just, if I'm in North Rosewood already, I would just stay in Doe Valley. There's not much reason to really leave Doe Valley aside from maybe gaining more calories by being near the river. So you could like travel up over here and maybe set up something or live in this house. This house is really good. It's got a nice barn. It's got a beautiful, like this got one of the wood burning stoves that everyone likes so much. Yeah, this is solid. But yes. Yeah, if you want concentrated trash, going for Riverside's not a bad call. Or going for this trailer park over here. You did the heli between Rosewood and March. Oh yeah, then you definitely go north. I'd go north. I would check maybe this area. If you're on this side, check this area for the farm animals. Make note of them. Then either come back for them or, make sure they have food and water in their troughs. It's not super duper hard to do that. That or bring them with you. All that takes is a rope. Rope's not hard to get. But yeah. Hopefully you had a good stream, by the way. I do appreciate the raid. And I will probably keep going. There's stuff that I want to get done. Like, I gotta go check on my rabbits. Yeah, it's the cool part about Rat Race is that it's sort of you figure it out for yourself a lot of the time. There's no really wrong route. The weird bugs, yeah, no, I can understand. There's a lot of bugs that are happening to a lot of people. I'm sure you've seen it in the Rat Race Discord. Some of those bugs are like questionable. I hope that they can be recreated in Vanilla Apocalypse so the devs will fix them. Like, cause animation freezing bugs it's not good. Gain like 10 XP off of this real quick. Yeah, it's happened to me a few times. Never been fatal. No, it's never killed me outright, though. The only time that it's killed me outright is when my computer was alt-tabbing me because of Windows updates. But that was ages ago. Oh yeah, them adding pause on focus lost is phenomenal. It's probably one of my favorite additions. There are some things that I like better than that, but it's like it's up there. Hello, frogs. You're install this mod right now? Which mod? I'm curious about which mod they are going to install, given that most of my gameplay is modless. Most of it. There's like a handful of mods that I have right now, so if you're talking about like the display mods that I have... Pause on focus lock? Oh no, that's not a mod. That's part of the vanilla build 42. Under options. You go options, it's under display and performance. It's right here. Pause when focus is lost. You just check this off. And I have absolutely no idea why it's defaulted to off. This should always be on. Yeah, it's right here. Something else that folks maybe don't know is for my font, I have the dyslexic font enabled. This is part of the base of vanilla as well in vanilla build 42. So enable dyslexic font, that changes the font to be a little bit more clear for some folks. Enabling light sensitivity turns off lightning, so there won't be flashes of light during the thunderstorm, causing, you know, what would be maybe somebody to have who's sensitive to light to have issues. Color blind patterns is for the mini map and for the map, so like it makes it so that on the different buildings, it's designed to be a little bit more clear as which kinds of buildings are which. So if you have some difficulty with the colors, you can still see it. I like all those features. Those features are good features. Any feature to make the game more accessible to anyone is good. That's why there are certain mods in the rat race as well. Is because it was meant to be for accessibility purposes, and you don't have to use any of the mods in the rat race at all. There's nothing that forces anyone to use mods. And there's actually quite a few rat racers that are modless. Yep, they added key bindings to some of the modifiers, so like you can now put shift and a key, or alt and a key, or control and a key. You can't combine them yet, and you can't have more than one, but it's a step in the right direction. Yeah. The game is getting there step by step, and it's just gonna take time. And we'll just keep giving feedback. of how we feel, like, and how we would prefer certain things based on, remember that some of us are, we're going to want to listen to the new player perspective as well. Now they offered the ability to turn off all your UI, so if you wanted to, like, just have it all disappear, you can. It's good for screenshots. Also, make sure if you need self-care that you're going to get care of yourself, all right? I do appreciate you hanging out and stuff, but I don't want you to miss your self-care if you need it. Yes. As I understand, after stream, usually it's about food and rest and etc. There we go. Do appreciate. Wait, where did I put the... Oh. Oops. It's out of... That's crazy. Yep. And there we go. Food ready for ages, and it should be weight gain food. which scaled off my weight just now. Let's wait a little bit longer. Eat this. And that. And we should have up arrow. Easy. And under control. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. We're making progress. So I moved this. This had on it only a few in-game hours left of, but I missed it. So now I have to start it again from the beginning. So it magically got max wet again, which sucks a little. Because I thought I took it out, but I didn't. I let it drop on the floor. So it immediately got a maximum wetness again. That sucks. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I say bitterly. I'm hoping that they make it so that we're able to stitch the small leathers together to make medium leathers, and the medium, like, let us make patchwork medium leathers and patchwork large leathers out of the small leathers, you know, because we can cut the large leathers and the medium leathers down. What's to say we can't sew them to be bigger? And you can't tell me that this pair of pants that looks like it's been torn apart isn't patchwork, right? Because it is. It's definitely patchwork. There we go. It looks like it's made of patchwork leather, exactly. And I'm not saying that they don't look good, because I like the way they look. I think they look great. But they're patchwork, which still to me means that they actually should be small leathers. The strips should be accepted in larger volume. So like, for example, what was it? One of the small leathers splits into, I think, 8 strips. So it should actually be able to do the reverse. It should be, you should be able to take 8 of these strips and make a medium or make a small leather. See, the thing is though, if you could do that, then you could actually make the bellows a lot earlier. And currently, the bellows is the only thing that is separating the simple forge and the simple furnace from the. So the thing is not only would I let those recipes happen, right? I would be allow us to reverse engineer the leather, but make them advanced forge more complicated. I would make this one require something that's crafted within the simple forge. That's standard progression, right? So that you have to craft the simple forge. So maybe instead of stone bricks, in order to craft the advanced forge, you need like special cooked stone bricks or something. You know, like I'm just that are created in this simple furnace, right? So something like that. Even something as simple as that would require you to have to make these other things in order to progress forward. And also to, like, you know, because we don't need the mason's trowel anymore, because we can use the regular wooden trowel. We don't need the clay bucket of cement anymore, because we can use the other one, the wooden one. Yeah, treated bricks, right? Now, in saying that, that would give us the progression that, you know, that we should have, where it's primitive into simple into advanced, right? I feel the same about the kilns. I feel like the kilns, you don't need the primitive kiln. Why on earth would I make this primitive kiln, right? What's the point? Same as reason, why would I bother making the primitive furnace if I have the masonry to be able to create the simple furnace, right? It's because it's cheaper. That's why you would make it. So this being cheaper is a good reason. That's a good reason to make this, so that you can start smelting earlier, so you get your smelting on faster. That's a good for this, but that's a good reason for that. However, why on earth would I make the primitive kiln ever if I could make the advanced kiln when they cost exactly the same resources and there is no difference in it? This recipe should be requiring the kiln bricks, right? Like the clay tile brick thing to make this. It should, like, maybe 10 clay and 10 tile bricks that you have to use the primitive one to make. Right? Yeah, and I would think that those recipes, the beginning primitive ones, should not be like, if auto learned, they should be like, I don't know, you'd need something to level up then, right? Because how can I make these things happen if apply glaze? From where? It just says clay jar and a brush. How are you applying glaze? There is no glaze. Are you spawning the glaze in from nowhere? I don't understand this. Why does this recipe exist this way? You'd need glaze. Right? I'm not crazy. It's missing. Okay, I'm getting distracted. ADHD go burr. It must be a new recipe that's only been half implemented. See, for me, the food preservation methods need to balance out and be better. Sugar needs to be creatable. Vinegar needs to be creatable. Then you could do jars. There would be a purpose behind it if, like, to preserve food. Currently, there's no reason to. Why would I ever preserve food if I can just make more, right? But those things, if they were craftable, then might be tempting to preserve food. Maybe. If they were infinite. And also, you have to make it so that sugar is not something that is, because currently the way that sugar works, it's 30 hunger and you just can eat the sugar. So why on earth would I ever bother trading my non-perishable sugar for preserving perishable goods? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, you could think about it during the winter as well. I should be able to dig a snow hole and put food in there, and it should be able to preserve, right? And there's snow here. That's what you do. You can do that. You can actually, like, just put, like, stuff, and it's nature's freezer. I'll get that. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure I will. One day. Eventually. I'm wishing for vintage story in PZ. Okay, like, kinda. and Rhett sitting there saying it out loud. Aren't you though, Rhett? Aren't you? Don't you want Vintage Story in PZ too? Like, come on. I'm playing Vintage Story right now. I know. I was tempted to come and play. I was like, I could play some Vintage Story with Rhett. Maybe if I'm allowed. I know I could just hop on the server whenever I want, but it's like I didn't want to interrupt. And it seemed like you and Gamer were having fun, so I was like, I'll jump into PZ for a while. Put in some time on PZ. I wanted to get a little bit more skill up, which we did. We've already done up. We did a carpentry level. And we're getting close on a masonry level too, as well as a metalworking level. So I'm happy about my skill gains on these. Combat could use a little bit more love, but I mean, it goes up so slow. No worries, you're good. What's the skill the hardest skill to progress? Reloading. So I know that sounds ridiculous, but it seriously is. You see this pitiful amount of XP right here, the 413? That is months of grinding reloading. Kind of. That not exactly. Maybe I'm exaggerating. It's months of grinding reloading every other time when I feel like it, kind of. So it's like maybe actually it's probably weeks of grinding reloading in game, but still, like, I mean, I get like, well, here we'll do. Remember, I'm getting a bonus of plus 100, which is a × 4, right? Bonus of XP that I should get on the 0.8 multiplier that is Rat Race. But then also I have the Reluctant Fighter and Slow Learner bonus as well. So those are nerfing my XP gains, but not nearly as much because they're applied first, I'm pretty sure. But if we unload a magazine and reload it right now, not every bullet is given to you in XP, and I get 0.74 each time. So that was 15 bullets, and it only procced twice. Because what happens with reloading is it is a 67% chance that you do not get XP. Stacked on top of the low percentage chances of, like the lower values of XP. Because it gets nerfed. So I think what's happening in the reloading and aiming is that it's double dipping on the formula, and that not that nobody's noticed it. It's just that nobody cares to adjust it. They just want to leave it the way it is. I don't know. It seems like it's double dipping on the formula, like that it's hitting both when you're loading the magazine as well as the XP itself. It's hitting both. It shouldn't hit both, right? Logically, it should only hit one of those two things. It shouldn't be affecting both. Now, outside of Rat Race, it's still pain to level this skill after level 5. That said, though, I suppose a few of the other skills that get an honorable mention would be like animal care. I get like a little bit from the bunnies. Like I get like 1 XP or 0.7 XP per bunny pet, up to 1 XP. As well as, hey, it's Frog. Hi, Frog. How goes your Vintage Story life? Are you having a good time? This is a frog that plays Vintage Story. Hopefully you're having a good time, and I do very much appreciate the raid. I am currently doing the Rat Race, which is fun, and we're discussing XP values, so it might get technical and boring in that way, but it's fun for me as well, because I like this stuff. You like my outfit? It changes every day, as most days. So, a lot of days. I have lots of outfits, but I like to dress myself in the morning. It's nice. It's convenient. I get to choose what I want. But yes. I suppose the weapon skills sometimes are a pain, especially early on in the early stages of the weapon skills, because you're constantly having to take breaks from because of the muscle strain. But yeah, aiming and reloading, it's huge. It's one of the biggest ones. Post 5. I suppose welding kind of is annoying because there's a lot of requirements. But once you have the requirements, it's fairly easy. Yeah, that's kind of it. Like most of the other stuff is easy to level. I feel like there's not very much that's a difficulty in the other ones. It's just time based. So reloading, agriculture, animal care. I mean, you can make an argument for electrical, but I don't find electricals that bad. I'm just not focused on it. Short blade with no, short combat skills are not that bad. Like, I mean, like I said, the muscle strain portion is bad. The actual combat portion is kind of fun. You just need to disengage earlier when you're low levels of nimble. But that's based for your level of nimble, not anything else. But yes, thank you again for the raid. I do very much appreciate it. And if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I do my little intro-y thing that I nearly forgot to, do that real quick. But yes, I've played this game for a long time, so this is one of the games that I'm most comfortable in. I'm a lot less comfortable in some of the other ones, but I try. Yeah, sometimes it's high nimble can be actually a liability. But yeah, you've seen, and sometimes you get more XP because the XP is a little bit of RNG. So like here, watch. We got 2 last time, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I got 4 this time. That's double the amount that I got last time, right? You do not get XP for unloading, only reloading. 1, 2, 3. So I got 3 this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only 4. But you can get more. You could, as theoretically, you could get all 15. It's just unlikely. Exercise I don't count because that one's passive, and you kind of won't notice when you get your high levels. Remember, I started with 0, 0 on these 2 skills, right? So you don't really. Once you get up to level 3, you're okay. Level 5, you're good, and then once you start cresting into the higher numbers, the numbers that are notable are level 6 and then level 9. The reason why is because level 3, you start to feel more comfortable, like you're not as strained and you're not as tired. 5 is when you notice the muscle strain coming off decently. Enjoy your lyric, by the way. Enjoy your self-care. But 5 is when the muscle strain comes off. 5 is also sort of like the when you lose the unfit, like the stamina debuff. And then 6 is when you get your first level of fit, as well as your first level of stout, right? So that's why 6 is important. And then level 9 is important because that's when you get strong and athletic. And once you've earned those traits, your character's so much better. It's so good. But anything after 5 for strength is gravy, but once you hit the first level, you're on a 1x multiplier for muscle strain. So you're no longer as hampered by your muscle strain in that early game push. So it helps. And then same for your weapon skill. Once your weapon skill will always benefit you. So the weapon skill is always a multiplier that goes from 0. I think it's 0.9 or something like that to 0.25. I can't quite remember. I know the final level at level 10 is 0.25 is the multiplier, which is significantly better than the multiplier you get from strength. Strength's multiplier, once you hit level 10, is a little bit less. It's 0.5. So you see it's like 2 times your weapon skill. So it ends up being, once you're level 10 strength, comparing it to weapon skill, your weapon skill wins. It's more important. But early on, you want to be level 5 strength. Otherwise, it's a debuff. It goes, the number is 1.5 to start, and then it goes up to, once you hit level 5, it's 1. and then it drops to 0.5 when you're 10. So, and those numbers are gradual throughout. So it's 1.5 scaling to 0.5. And that's how muscle strain is built. Anyways, like I said, entering in on me being a bit of a nerd. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, strong unfit is your go-to? Really? I like doing the other way around, having the athletic and then building strength. Strength's so much easier to level. You live by doing squats? That's fair. Hello, things are going well. We're just getting in the process of... I need to eat more food, so we need to consume more calories. Now you just do 9, 10. Yeah. The fun police. You can't play the game that way. You gotta play it this way. Good old fun police. Thankfully, there's only like a couple of folks like that in the Zomboid community. Honestly, most of the Zomboid community is very much a do whatever you want kind of deal. Yeah, it takes some preparation in order to get the calories you need. Just gonna process some of these. Good and ready to go. It's not prepared at weight 42. Brutal. I mean, that is a harsh time to be at when you're 42 down. You got some gains to be getting. Hey, by the way, Yuri, are you having a good day? How goes your rat race? I got to enjoy a bit of Yuri's rat race recently. Yuri also posted a thing for the devs and the suggestions recently. It's good to give them ideas. You know, there's some folks that are like, try this or maybe this, but they, you know, so long as they have some ideas coming through. Take that. Okay, just bring this with me and go to sleep. Bedtime. He's almost dead. Yeah, he is. You need to get some calories. I recommend fishing, bunnies, or butter. Just pick your poison and go get it. Bunnies, fun fact about bunnies, the adult bunnies can run away from you, but the baby bunnies can't. So you can catch the baby bunnies, and as much as it sucks, I mean, you really need to... Yeah. Oh, you're playing 41. What do you mean, no bunnies? If you're playing 41, then trapping. There's rabbits in 41. Use trapping. Do you have leftover food from... And if you're playing 41, winter doesn't affect nearly as much. He's trapping 0? Go fishing then. Is it winter? It's not winter where you're at right now. Is it? If you're playing 41, fishing's the way. 100%. Go grab a spear and go fishing. If you're playing 41, there is no reason to starve. That build has got so many things. It's the start of spring. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Start of spring. Go grab a spear. Start fishing up a mountain of fish and just eat and work out and eat and work out. And by the end of it, you will be a chonky survivor. I promise. You said it's March 1st? Yeah, go fishing. Build 41, spearfishing's the way. And then after, if you want, if you're in an area that doesn't have water, rabbits are good. I really like rabbits as a source of food. The reason why I was averse to them in the beginning of Build 42 was because I wanted to experience some of the alternative paths. Specifically, I wanted to play the fishing minigame as much as I could, like, kind of feel it out. And I learned that it was good, then really good, then bad, then now it's okay. But I avoided the butter, most of it. Except with Higgins the First, way back in the Apocalypse playthrough. We had cows. No. No, it doesn't. That doesn't exist yet, or at least as far as I'm aware. They're flat numbers and they don't change. At least not yet. If you picked slow metabolism, it's easier to gain weight by a little bit. And if you picked fast metabolism, it's harder to hold weight a little bit. But it just means that it just moves the bars. That's all. Like, it moves the bars where you need to how much weight gain you need, and that's all. It doesn't change the numbers as a whole. Not yet. Eventually, when you have like maybe they'll allow for the adjusting of metabolisms later in the future, but currently it doesn't work that way. If you pick slow metabolism, I think it's the threshold for, yeah, so like the marks it's just slightly earlier. So pre 70, like, so 70 to 78, I think, or 79, it's 500 is the 500 calories positive is the threshold for that you need to reach for gaining weight. And then I think the next threshold after that is 1,000. And then if you're fast metabolism, it's worse. It's like 1,500 to 2,000, something like that, extra calories. And remember that the calorie cap only goes to positive 3,000 something. I can't quite remember. Is it 3,000? Don't remember. I know that it's negative 2,000 something though, right? 2,200? Don't remember. At the end of the day, it's just sort of min-maxy. Just you need to eat certain amount of calories to gain, and you need to eat non-caloric foods to lose. Which is pretty much everything is non-caloric except for certain things. And you'll generally know what those are because they're things like corned beef, butter, rabbit meat, you know, the standard caloric gain foods. Currently, you need to eat a fair amount of fish that's caught after level 5. You can stop freaking out. Your day's ruined now. Just existing burns calories. Like, if you want to really know how calories work, go into the debug menu and have a look. It's kind of crazy. Just standing burns calories. Existing. Your existence burns calories. Like, and a fair amount of them, too. Not as much as walking, though. The second you start walking, or even, like, any movement at all, it's way worse. Like, even right now, the only reason that we're gaining is because we've managed to maintain a little bit more than the calorie value, but I'm betting that I'm close to the gain, like, the middle, is what I would guess. That if we were to look at Higgins's, thank you. If we were to look at Higgins's, what's it called? His... I think he'd be at like 2K-ish right now, like 2,000. It needs it though. So like the game needs some values to be able to maintain calories. Otherwise you're just gonna starve to death and die. There needs to be a balance in that way. Yeah, it's because the system itself has a few flaws. There's ways to fix those flaws, but it requires... Like I said, how I would fix them is through a buffing and debuffing system instead. Similar to Vintage Story, but not quite the same. Like, for example, in PZ, for a happiness bonus, your character would do actions faster. Your character would maybe get a little bit more XP for stuff as well. You know, because they're happy. They're happy to do things. Meanwhile, I actually would do the opposite for unhappiness. I would cause an XP debuff. Your character will... And also, maybe less fatigue draw on both ways. So the way that it would work is if your character's happy, they're energized. They have energy for longer, right? So their fatigue goes down slower. And then... But if they're unhappy, their fatigue drains faster. So you know, like in reality, when with your, you know, because real depression is like that. That's how depression is. It drains you and you're not able to function properly and you just get sad and suddenly you're sleeping like 80% of your day away. It could work the same in Zomboid. And then to get out of that, you eat good foods, you move around and you progress, right? Make sure you're washing, etc. There's lots of ways to gain happiness, but I would like the happiness versus unhappiness to mean more, because I feel like it doesn't mean enough yet. It's kind of like The Sims for aspirations, like how they get when you've met all their needs, they get those special sort of glowing effects where they're able to get that promotion or they're able to be better at what they're doing, you know? Succeed. Oh yeah, better crafting speed and better action speed in general would be great. I would be getting my character happy all the time for that. And I'm one of the players that already is trying to get my character happy because I don't like those debuffs. Like, I don't like the action speed debuff. But there's a lot of players in this game that don't care about that stuff. And that's understandable, because the Malu's not that effective. That's the honest truth, is that Malu is basically one you can ignore. It would be nice if that one was not something you could ignore. His higher work speed trait. I don't know what that means. Is that like more traits? That sounds like a modded trait menu sort of thing, right? Then I'm unsure, because I don't know. Might be. Might be a modded trait thing. Dexterous? Dexterous doesn't make you work faster. Dexterous is your pickup speed. How much items you pick up off the ground versus... It doesn't make you faster. It makes you pick stuff up faster. We're talking like crafting things and like... So it's not the same thing. I think Higgins is currently clumsy as well, so he's got the opposite effect. It's not that noticeable, but it, you know, those seconds add up. Oh, so there is one that's in more additional traits. I've not seen those. I don't know. The last time I played with stuff like that was Z-Bay. Or maybe after, I don't know. Did I play with a Z-Bay? I think it was before that, when we were doing the multiplayer stuff. There were more traits. You hate Clumsy? I think Clumsy's okay. It doesn't bother me one way or the other. I prefer Dexterous, though. I just needed the extra points, I think, to snag Artisan. Because I know I'm going to be maxing pottery and I'm going to be maxing glassmaking, and it would be a good idea to have extra XP in those things. Mm, mm, mm. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I think a fire hardened spear does better. It's already noon and we're already tired because you woke up with a nightmare today. Not good, not good. How many XPs to get to electrical 3? Well, specifically watches, due to the fact that each watch gives me, I think, 0.28, a lot. Let's just say a lot, right? because it's like 3 to 4 watches per XP, and it's 300, so it's like it's a lot. I'm 1/3. I'm 1/3 of the way there. Um, I'm level 2 and a third. I can get there. I can do it. I know I can. I can get all the way to level 10. I've been to level 10 electrical before. But of course, remember that was before in build 41 when doing watches was instant. Now I have to collect the watches and build them. Do them during a rainy day later. And it takes time to take apart all those watches. It also takes me time to find and pick them up, as opposed to build 42 or build 41, where you used to just open up this menu and take them apart on the road. Can't really do that as easily now. It's a little bit more of a pain. Not that you can't. You totally can. It's just going to take you time, and it's going to cut into your killing time, right? So a lot of folks are using the proximity inventory, and that helps you find as many watches as possible. That's useful. I don't do that because I don't like proximity inventory. It's just not my preference. I don't like it. It's too much items. Imagine if I had proximity inventory right now, how many items I would see on the ground. It would just be so much, just like so many items. It's overwhelming to me, and that causes me issues. In the same way as not having proximity inventory would cause other people issues. The whole purpose behind proximity inventory initially was for quality of life for some folks that have problems. Were a couple of people in the rat race that it was going to cause them issues if they didn't have it because it's less clicks. So it was an ease of access thing, right? But that said, it's just not my preference. And I know you could toggle it. I am aware that there's toggle functions and that you could probably customize it a little bit. Maybe even set up some kind of auto thing where you pick up the watches automatically. I'm not sure. But that said, I'm not into that. Specifically because for me, and this is self-imposed, if I don't see it, I don't deserve it. So I didn't see it, I don't deserve it. I didn't pick it up, that's on me. That's my fault. Exactly. I'm not into that kind of stuff. I don't need those kinds of things anyways. It's excessive. It could make my gameplay slightly faster, I guess, but I'm not in it for the speed. Yeah, I don't need those things. Some folks like them. It's just like I do have the sound options for because one of the mods I have is where is it? Advanced volume enabler. That one is specifically because some people are sensitive to sound, so you can turn them down or turn them up. I like that one because it makes it so that you can turn down loud sounds that are too loud for you. There are some sounds in the game, especially early on, like the sounds of some of the metal pipes and stuff like that hitting the zombies. It just was resonating in a way that I didn't like. And you know, that's not just me. There are some people that have like tinnitus and other like, you know, sound issues, and it's good that to have it be accessible for everyone. Thank you for the follows, by the way. I do appreciate them. They're anonymous, and, you know, if so people can enjoy their lurk. If folks want to be, like, part of the conversation, they're more than welcome to chat or other stuff. And if you're having a problem with being able to chat because your account is not verified, following for 24 hours makes it so that you're able to chat. It also, it's time-based on your account. So if your account is older than a month, then you'll be able to chat as well. The reason we have those verification settings enabled is because it keeps the bots out. So I was having problems with bots a while ago, where they were coming and bothering me very frequently. They bother me a lot less now, which is nice. I don't like the robots bothering me. I like when the robots are nice. Yeah, and helping people. I do try to let folks know every once in a while, and I do get people messaging me on occasion being like, hey, I can't chat because my account's not verified and I don't want to give Twitch my phone, which is fine. I'm okay with that. That's understandable. But it's like, you know, so there are other options so that you don't have to give Twitch your phone. Simply having a verified account through, I think it's through email, or having an account that's older than a month, or following for over 24 hours. I think that's what things are set up as. Most folks have verified accounts, though, because it's not really hard to just click the thing in the email, right? I think that counts. I don't know for sure, but that's how you do like 95% of email things nowadays. Mm-hmm. Oh, gonna make the brain tank. Right now I'm making leather because Higgins got too tired during the day. But I don't want to go to bed. Not yet. I did something the other day and it was probably an exploit. Oh, that sounds fun. Shoot me a DM about it, I'm sure. But if it's exploity, that's unfortunate. If it's something that doesn't matter too much, though, we probably can leave it. Is this the new build? Yeah, this is build 42, and it's updated to its newest format, build 42.11 or 11, depending on your chosen jargon, whichever you prefer. Yeah, it's pretty fun. There's a lot of new stuff to learn about and enjoy. So if you've not played PZ in almost a year, well, all this stuff right here would probably blow your mind a little. You know, it's, to be quite honest, yes, that's exploitive, but if you made an advanced bellows, in my opinion, you've already won. So, like, I mean, you've already got the ability to make a second one, probably. It's not that big a deal. It's definitely an exploit or a bug. It's not something I expect most people would do. I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. It doesn't really seem to matter that much, but I suppose if you don't have the means to get more leather, but usually if you've killed one deer, you can kill another one, and if you have cows, you can make another bellows. So, like, I mean, I agree with you. Hi, by the way. Hello. I agree with you that it is exploitive, but at the same time, it's not super, like, not very many people are gonna pick up their bellows, or maybe they will, I don't know. I suppose it saves you on one leather. You're just wondering if you should fix it. I mean, what? So because your advanced forge is missing its bellows right now and doesn't look right. That would bother me. I wouldn't want it looking like that. It's like when I broke the what's it called I smashed the a piece out of the charcoal pile and it just didn't look right. I couldn't deal with it. I had to get rid of the whole thing and build another one. It just doesn't look right. It looks weird. I was just like, okay, it's gone. But it's true. For the multi-crafting system stuff, you can actually knock out part of it and it still works. Like, for example, this furnace here in this forge, if I smash this portion of it, it'll still work. Same if I smash that portion of it, it still works. It's a multi... The reason why is because in Project Zomboid, it's not checking if the multi-block structure is alive, if works. It doesn't need to be. In a game like Minecraft or in a game like Vintage Story, the game is constantly checking if your multi-block structure is functional. However, in PZ, it doesn't do that. There is no check. Once you have your multi-block structure, it's made. That's it. Every piece of it is part of the multi-block structure. So if you wanted, you could actually smash pretty much the whole thing down to like a single tile's worth, and then it would still function. Like, you don't even need the rest of the advanced forge. If this is the primary portion of the advanced forge, you could, so long as you're not getting rid of, like, it would still work, which is the weird thing, right? I want the whole thing there, but from a point of view of somebody who's trying to like min-max on space, they could get rid of like the pretty much the whole forge and just have whatever's most important here, the most important tile. And that's it. That's all that's necessary. Here's a bit of an exploit with charcoal piles. What? You mean the zombie thing? They've fixed that so the zombies can break the charcoal piles now, I think. If you're talking about that. Zombies can now break all of this stuff as far as I remember, but I could be wrong. That's what I'm under the impression of, though. I've not had any zombies in this area that have pathed into any of it, though, to test it. But last I checked, they've been given destructive capabilities on everything. But unloaded, they can't do anything at all anyways. If you run away from the area, your base is safe. Even if somebody were, like, let's say a mod, like, or sorry, a moderator spawned in the area, spawned in 100 or 1,000 zombies directly in the middle of this, right? And then they teleported away, right? Well, the 1,000 zombies would appear here, and then they would be unrendered. So they wouldn't destroy any of this stuff. All this stuff would survive, so long as the moderator got away fast enough. Right? That's the same thing for everything, right? There's a bunch of tiles that count as structures and can be utilized to stop respawns in the same way. Like TVs. Pretty much anything that has a hitbox like this. You can use it to prevent respawns. If there isn't, so if a zombie exists on a tile but there isn't a survive, does it still wreck your base? The answer is no. The answer is actually the zombie becomes floating code and that it is able to do nothing until the player gives it life. It's the player that gives the zombie its form. So you need to be in the area. Like even on the edge of the area. So let's say, for example, it needs to be in the rendered zone, which is a little bit bigger than what I'm currently able to display. Because I don't put up my zoom to the maximum where you would see. Mostly due to my PC being a bit of a, you know, it's a little older. Yeah, no, I know you meant it in the tree falls in the woods and doesn't make a sound kind of way, but yeah. This is less ancient and therefore it's more modern. And the answer to that one is it depends. Because if the tree falls in the woods and it happens to be on Earth, then maybe. Maybe it would make a sound. But you need a proper environment for sound to travel in. Which means that if it's in something that's like not proper environment for sound to travel in, then, well, it wouldn't make a sound because it can't. Because sound can't travel. Contemporary zomboid. Zomverb. Zomverb. Putting a B next to a V is mean. It's like putting it next to a Y. Try saying toy boat 10 times fast and you don't understand what I mean. Quantum mechanics and Schrodinger's cat. You see, Schrodinger's survivors exist in Zomboid. Who do you think comes in and steals all the loot? That's Schrodinger's survivors that do that. Where are these survivors? We don't know, but we don't see them. Who's shooting? Who's screaming? Whose dog is that? Where's the dog? Why can't we have a dog? Why don't we have pets? I have frogs, so I can't say that. I have lots of frogs. Who's flying the invisible helicopter? All we know is that for sure there's 2 people in that helicopter. One guy and his friend. They're pointing at the survivor going, "Oh, no, look, a survivor. Do you think they're needing some help?" Nah, they're probably okay. Who's piloting the heli? Yeah, exactly. You got it. Hey, look, a survivor. It's a cold day today, huh? It's John Zomboid. Or Jane Zomboid. It's like Jane Doe is in the tutorial. And Spiffo hates her, and I don't know why. Why do you think Spiffo hates Jane Doe? Is this music an update as well? No, this is my playlist. If you want my playlist, feel free. Exclamation point playlist, like this. There you go. This is just Sonic music, and there's other songs that are... They're all songs that make me happy. And that's essentially my whole playlist. And I add songs, and I take songs away. My playlist adjusts, though, but depending on what I'm doing. Sometimes I'll turn off the music. Sometimes I have another playlist I actually am starting to set up for Vintage Story, which is mostly medieval stuff. There's a little bit of Jeremy Soule in there, because, I mean, the Skyrim and Oblivion soundtracks are fantastic for, like, ambient tavern music, which I find. But, yeah. You'd have OSRS. I'm thinking about it, but I want to add some of the tracks that Rhett has on his reel to it, because Rhett picks some really good lo-fi music. That's really good. It's funny because we've been trading songs a little bit. It's like, hey, what's that? What's that song? Give me that one. That'll be, yeah. Yeah. You've got some of those that are really like would fit the ambience of like a tavern. I really like them. I've got a couple of them, but not quite the same. Yeah, everybody does PZ kind of in their own way, which is one of the benefits of PZ. It's a sandbox. You can do whatever you want, and there's no wrong way to play. No more adding Spotify lists for a while, but you can find most of the Spotify list on YouTube. They're kind of translatable back and forth, depending on finding where the artist is. Oh yeah, absolutely. Flipping stuff upside down. I would totally be doing that. I have a friend who likes to put cans everywhere. And another friend who's a bit of a neat freak, and they go together sometimes. It's really hilarious. Because the one friend is like not wanting cans everywhere, and the other one is like wanting them around as decoration. So it's a quite a fun dynamic. Yeah, like Fallout. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is one of the things that you can do now is you can actually like fully 3D place objects. So like let's see if I can do it. So you see this backpack here? Here, I'll show you. 1 second, because I'm being bothered. I'll do it over here, and that's not safe, but kind of, you know, away from some of the zombies. But the way that you do it is kind of easy. You just put the object on the ground, and then you right-click on the object, and you go into 3D placement. And then you get the option to then pick the object up to a certain amount. There is limitations based on the cell, but you can pick it up, and you can move it from left to right. And then you can also do the rotational axis in any which way that you can want. So, for example, if I want this backpack to be on a wall, let's say that the wall is where this grass is, right? Well, I can do that, and I switch it like this, and then suddenly the backpack is up and in the center of a wall. And then I can close it, and it'll stay there. You see? Yeah, so you can have that in terms of if you wanted to have stuff stacking like that, or yeah, it lets you fully customize where objects are now. And what's kind of cool about that is, so you can actually have stuff sticking out of the backpack now if you want to. The way that you do that is by placing other objects, like let's say I want this katana to be sticking out of that backpack, right? Okay. Well, let's see, how do we do that? We grab the broken katana, and then we can turn it around, right? And then we just rotate it. Put it on its axis. Right? Now we adjust it. A little bit further. Or if you want it to be like facing like an attachment to the bag. Or let's see, this. Okay, and then we'll do this. It's got to get the right angle. See? So you can have like something like you could like have a if you can combine items and it'll look much better, right? Obviously, I don't want it to be like that, but at least not right now. So I'll just pick it up and I'll put it down for now. But yeah, it's much more customizable than it used to be. Yeah, and things highlight better, and it's been getting gradually better in that regard for those sorts of things. Those they make things a little bit. It's less everything's the same now, flat on everything. So like you can fully customize, say like your kitchen or your bathroom or your, you know, other rooms, depending, bedroom. You can have your stuffies in a better arrangement where they're actually like leaning up against each other. Maybe one's at an awkward angle that fell over, you know, stuff like that. Every game becomes Harvest Moon. I mean, kinda. Good old Harvest Moon. Unfortunate. Yeah, we won't be leveling that up for a little while. But I can break these. Oh yeah, you can put your fork and your spoon in your fanny pack now if you want. Higgins has been eating food with a golden spoon. Why? Because, I mean, we've hit that point of lavish life. Like, I mean, gotta be eaten with a golden spoon. And then I made these golden keychains. So, like, I mean, we've been gradually leaning towards that life of luxury. Eventually we'll have power and stuff, but I'm not, like, in a super rush to get it. Part of me still holds out hope that I'll be able to have candles one day. I know there are candles in the game, by the way. I mean ones that I made. Okay, you win, zombies. I'll back off. Can you put them in a can or cup? No, nothing with candles at the moment. One day, maybe. But for right now, no. It's just, it would be cool to have ambient lighting that is not requiring of electricity. Because needing electricity for everything kind of is... It's not the worst, but the whole point is that it shouldn't be a requirement for every little thing. At least there's some leaning towards... Torches lead towards problems. I could see torches being a good thing, but... See, you gotta imagine that as soon as they add torches to this game, people are gonna want to swing them at the zombies. That's what's gonna happen, right? This is just what's gonna happen. They're gonna want to swing the torches at the zombies. To be honest, even people with the candles, I'm sure that's probably a passing thought as well, is that they're gonna want to swing the candles at the zombies. Right? That said, though, like, I mean... It's not something that is, Yeah, it'd be cool if there was more of that sort of stuff as well. Some more professional leanings wouldn't be a bad thing. Oh yeah, bees. Bees would be cool. I agree with that. Bees or lard candles. And then just having lard on butchering, like I said before, that would balance out some of butchering's problems without adjusting the meat values, which, I mean, you could just adjust the meat values a little. Like, I mean, make them a little bit more sating in terms of caloric needs. Not hunger. Hunger is irrelevant. I want to stress that. Hunger as a stat doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if something feeds me for a minus, 200 hunger if it's not giving me any calories. I think that somebody posted a glitch with the crops where the luring the crops or whatever, where they had like a plus 1,000 carrot or lettuce or whatever, right? Like it gets you a bunch of hunger, but that's not relevant. The super corn, yeah, it's great and all that you made something that's like that, but at the first thing is that it's not dense. It's just hunger. Yeah, that's a bug that needs fixing at some point. Yeah, currently carbs aren't really important at all outside of getting your second chevron. You can open a bakery and a cafe. Yeah, I'm for that. Yeah, let's do it. Let's open a bakery. We could call it Armageddon-nuts. And it would be delicious. You could sell coffee and teas as well. And boba. Because why not having boba? I'm sure that there are spreadsheets already with everything on it, and that they really, it's difficult to upkeep those spreadsheets consistently due to the way that the changes are shifting things. So like they constantly are having to re-update especially every patch. I suppose it happens once a month now, so it's a little bit easier to maintain it. But in the beginning, it was like every other day there was an update that was like a decimal update that was pushing things, right? And they were doing like bug fixes and stuff. Dystopian OSHA. That's not safe. That's not safe. That's not safe. Nothing is safe. That's it. Hand out the stickers. It's time to get the stickers out. Oh shit, don't look. Especially because half of the beds that you're using have books on the bottom, and if physics were to allow, those books would fall. Like they wouldn't be able to be bridging over gaps like you were planning on doing. Those books would be, gravity would take those books down. Have you looked at the bottom, I assume, right? Of those beds? Like, that's not how that should, gravity would take those books. Those books would be gone. Zombie Isaac Newton isn't here. All right, we got 13 hours left on these ones. Oh, is this one done yet? Not quite. It's too dark, really? Sure. Okay. Listen to vibes. Almost Christmas? Not quite. We've got one more month in game. One more month in game before we can wish everyone a happy holidays. And then it'll be currently it is let me think. The timeline is January 1993, right? Currently it is November 24th, 1995. So we're almost 1996, which is kind of crazy, right? I think. Let me think. Yeah. Yeah, we'd be 95 right now. You weren't born. This ages me because yes, I was born. I was actually several years old. Back in those days. Those old days. Yes, I was old. And am old. I will remain old. That is just how it goes. There's nothing that changes how old I stay. I'll be I was old then, I'm old now. It's just forever old. You know how some people are just old? I'm among those folks. And I'm happy about it. It's fine. It means that I don't have to worry about learning about things unless people explain them to me. Like, with, like, the memes and stuff. It's good. It's like, I just learned recently about another meme that's somewhat inappropriate. And that's majority of the memes that I learn about seem very inappropriate. And it's just interesting how it's always lewd and always strange. It's just not, those kinds of things are just, I'm not into, right? Like, so it's like weird. The youthful generation is always doing lewd, strange things. And me saying it like that just adds to my age. Like, I'm okay with that though. Doesn't bother me. Three mushrooms. Two mushrooms and a branch. Okay. Is enough mushrooms? No, I think I need one more. Where's my bow? Smokies. Smokies in Muldra is my nearest landmark. Although it's only one of the places that I would consider one of my outposts, it is the closest one right now. The other one is the... So, I can show you my outposts really quickly. It is Smokies in Muldra. We also own this trailer in... or this house in Dixie. So it's like the house in the east side of Dixie. And go. We own the Spiffos at the crossroads, so on the Dixie Highway. We own this cabin in the woods, so in Jefferson Forest. And then I also own McCoy Estates, which is a fancy new area if you've not been there. It's really cool. A lot of the crafting stuff is there already, so you can go and just enjoy the crafting equipment. But yeah. I gotta run out of rental. I mean, no. I'd seem to be alone in the world. Although, poor Van, he's always a little hopeful that his family will show up. He has lore. This character has lore and family members, and the initial very like the very first time I played Van Higgins, he had I actually made him as a throwaway character for a charity event, and he survived. He survived the integration of the charity event and just kept living for a couple of real life months. So it was a couple of years in an Apocalypse playthrough where we cleared over 50% of the map on Apocalypse, which was fun. I thought it was interesting. But he had lore, like he was looking for his family. He was looking for his brother Truck, who was in the prison, and technically he's an ex-cop that got fired, but they didn't manage to fire him before the apocalypse happened officially. So he got to keep his badge and he got to keep everything. He didn't get to keep his car though. His police vehicle got nicked, so he didn't get to keep it. But he put away his brother Truck in the prison in Rosewood Penitentiary. He has a mother who lives in Louisville. His sister lives in Irvington. Like, yeah, he has little lore. His cousin works in the strip club over by the racetrack. His name is Sedan. Yeah, his mom is in LV. He's assuming that she's still alive though, because she's real tough. I mean, she named her kids after herself. You know, Van survived, so we gotta assume that the mom survived too. And then his sister's name is Minnie. Her middle name's Cooper. And Van's name is Van, and his mom's name is Minnie Van. So he's got an uncle, a great uncle, who's in the military. His name is General Motors. And then he's got another uncle who owns, or he's like high-ranking member in the country club that wouldn't let Van into the country club. His name is Uncle Rolls. Great Uncle Rolls. Yeah. Wouldn't let him into the country club. So Van was going to storm the country club, but died just before he was able to. That was in the original playthrough. This is technically Van Higgins the 7th, but The original, I did bring Van Higgins back the first time in Rat Race, the first time I played it. And then technically there's been 3 successful Vans and, well, 4 failure Vans. And this is this is the 7th iteration. Every time, you know, it's permadeath, so I start over from scratch. Everything. Yeah. You just watch Evangelion. I need to see that at some point. But yeah. I'm gonna watch that with Emma. It's on our list. Van Higgins is Ray. I'm gonna keep an eye on remembering that for when I watch it. We'll make time for it. Emma and I have been planning that one for a little while, but we've got some other ones that we're trying to finish. Like we were trying to finish the entire Marvel series from start to finish, because there's a lot of the Marvel movies that we've missed. So like I've never actually seen like the Avengers Endgame or any of those films. So I know who Thanos is from the memes, but I don't actually know anything about him outside of the fact that he likes rocks and that he snaps his fingers sometimes. He's a boss, I guess, like an endgame boss. I'm not sure. But yeah, so we're working our way through that. We're up to the Spider-Mans at the moment, which Emma and I have watched like tons of times, but you know, I gotta do that. Those are the only ones you've seen? Okay, that's funny. Because watching the Iron Mans, like the original Iron Man and all of that stuff was pretty good. Like I enjoyed them. And Robert Downey Jr. definitely did a good job on that role. Yeah, we'll make time for it, but I'll keep in mind that you think that Van Higgins is like Ray. Sounds cool. But yeah, the initial creation of Van Higgins was actually I was expecting him to die the whole time during that charity event, and we raised quite a lot for special effects, which is a charity that helps people who are infirmed play games and not be left out, which I do very much appreciate that charity, and I will be doing it again next year, this upcoming year actually. I hope I hope it'll still be on. You know, a lot can happen in a year, but we all said that we loved doing it last year, so I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that we'll do it again this upcoming. We did it over the course of New Year's, so it was like New Year's to for the first like week. Where's the link to it? I don't know if I have I should have the link to special effects. Would it be under charity still? I might have disabled it because we're not doing it right now, but one second, I can grab the link for you. Oops. One sec. There we go. No worries. I'm willing to like take a second to grab this because it's important. Like I mean, it's good to have. So there's the link for it. It's they're great. They're great folks. They help people who so like if you got into an accident, or if you have like a degenerating condition, or if you just couldn't participate in video games and you've ever wanted to, they help make custom setups, and it's awesome. They've worked with folks for helping education, as well as, you know, making it gaming accessible for everyone. So like somebody got into a fatal car accident and they were paralyzed from neck down, and they've got this cool like setup where they can blow into tubes and push and they play really well. Like they're really good at their FPS games. Like I mean it's so that they don't feel like, you know, because you get into an accident or there's something that's unforeseen, that you still want to be a part of these communities and enjoy them, and it's good to be able to be a part of the community still, and don't not let things like you know, a car accident or a disease or something like that get in the way of that. It's really good. But yeah, during the what's something else that's absolutely fantastic as well is at the end of the charity event, the amount we raised, the Project Zomboid devs matched it and doubled it, and so that it's super kind of them. Can always appreciate them for doing that, because they seen the event and they were like, we're going to then, you know, not for any they didn't even make a proper thing out of it either. They just did it. So there's not for any gains or anything like that. It's just to be good folks. They're good people. Let's see. Yeah, I'll probably do something same as next year. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll do something collab. We'll see how far along Zomboid's multiplayer stuff is set up, and or other mods that exist at that time, I'm sure. I'm sure there'll be some mods or something at that time. It'd be cool to do like a hot potato Zomboid stream though, like pass the same world back and forth. What's the most viable way to change a branch into a notch plank for fire? Um, the most viable way? You can do carving, because you don't even need a saw for it. You can you can carve a plank out of the notch to make a notch plank. Assuming you don't have an axe. If you have an axe, you can actually just do it out of a log. The reason why that recipe exists is because they didn't want people to be able to soft locked out of campfires. So where is it? It's under, can't remember what it's under. I know it exists somewhere. Is it in cooking? What's the best alternative? Which, to not using a notch plank? You don't want to use a notch plank is what you're saying? The match box is really good, and so is the pack of matches isn't bad. Regular lighters is okay. Once you get to level 4 electrical, you can learn the battery lighter, which is not terrible. But I feel like the notch plank is really good. Like it's good on its own. All you need is a screwdriver, and now that you can make a makeshift screwdriver out of a bit of metal, like it's there's no reason to ever not have a screwdriver. Or even like you can do it with a chipped stone, if I remember right. um So the notched plank requires... Yeah, it's just any knife. So chipstone works. And then you can use a log, a branch, or a plank. But a log is specific because the reason why that's good is because you can just grab a log from the ground. There'll be logs, plenty of logs out here. You'll be able to grab them and use them. Yeah. Because my way of playing zero stats, no traits, plank and stick puts you into overload. I get into pain and went until I make fire. So are you fast forwarding while making the fire? If you are, stop. Because if you're fast forwarding while making fire, don't. Fast forwarding is good for a lot of things, but not for making fire. So the way that it ticks the counts for is it'll count wrong if you're fast forwarding. And you get less ticks per second. So yeah, overall you don't want to be fast forwarding. I don't get pain or anything from making fire because you go at normal speed. You get more attempts and more chances that way. Oh yeah, there's certain things that can instantly kill you if you fast forward them, where you avoid them. You don't fast forward certain actions. Climbing ropes was one of them. Fast forward walk 2 when you're at heights with encumbrance. Don't do that. You walk 2 at normal speed and you make sure, absolutely sure, you're in the center of tiles with encumbrance if you're at heights, because you could die that way and just lose your entire run. Because sometimes the pathing gets janked and you can sometimes go over a corner and then fall off. You might live now with the new fall damage changes, actually. But, yeah, here, I'll show you what I mean. I can give you a visual example. So the notch plank, if I go over here... And do we have anything left in that? No. So here, we'll do a branch in each. Okay, so yeah, but your encumbrance, the encumbrance at 0 strength, which you wouldn't be at 0 strength for very long, because 0 strength is 1500 XP, which is not hard to get if you're carrying any sort of encumbrance at all. But that said, if you're at 0 strength, your it'll give you a little bit of chest pain, but it's not that much. Anyways, if we look at the difference here, I'll give a visual example of this because I'm sure some folks want to see it. But if I try to fast forward while lighting this with the notched plank, it doesn't do it. You see? Right? It didn't do it. And I just wasted how much in-game time? Full in-game 10 minutes, right? Doesn't do it. And how many times do I have to do this? And it's burning the full 10 minutes of exertion, as well as like, see, look how much exertion it burned. We just wasted like a total of 40 in-game minutes just now, instantly, and I didn't get any fire. Not a single bit of fire. Right? Now, if we lower the speed by a little bit, let's say I do, instead we go slightly fast forward. We got the fire, took 10 in-game minutes, but it was a little bit, it's still not good, right? Because you wasted some time. You don't see that you wasted time, but you did. You wasted time. because it's in-game time that's wasted. Okay, so we'll do the same thing with no speeding here. Right? It seems like it takes longer, but it's because it's rolling a dice each time, and you get more rolls. Now, with more rolls comes the chance to break stuff, which sucks, but you have the same amount of chance to break stuff here, right? When you're fast forwarding. It's just... So this, doing it this way actually keeps it off your character faster, right? Something else you can do as well is you were complaining about its encumbrance, right? Here, I'm going to put both of these out really quick. Or actually, I'll just put one out. You were complaining about the encumbrance. Equip the notch plank as secondary. Equip as primary, and do it from your hands. Because with these things equipped in your primary, like this, and secondary, it weighs less. It reduces the encumbrance by a lot. I don't really remember the exact values, but when things are in your hands, it's a lot less. Like here. So it weighs 4.57, but if I put it in my secondary and I put this in my primary, it drops it by 3 encumbrance. So now it's 11.07. So it lost 3.5 weight. But I understand your pain, trust me. I did 0 to hero on this character, which is similar to no skills, but not quite the same. And you said it's 0 to hero, no traits. You can't say that, though, because you did take 2 traits, at least. The 2 traits you took were puny and unfit. So you did take traits, it's just you took bad ones. So it's not traitless. Sorry, semantics. My bad, I just can't help it. It's not traitless, you did take traits, you just took bad ones. Which is, you know, it's still technically you did take traits. Because otherwise, if you didn't take traits, your character would be 5/5. 5 fitness, 5 strength. Which is the standard no trait run. You usually do ×2, don't. I'm telling you right now that it's less good to do ×2. You'll get less ticks in. Also, if you want another min-max thing for starting fires, if you have more than 1 branch on the ground, don't pick up a branch when you're starting the fire. Because what happens is, at least currently, if you have a branch in your inventory because you know that you need the branch in order to do the notch plank, there's a bug right now that exists where your character will pick up an extra branch from the ground. Watch. See how I already have a branch in my inventory? Now I have 2. So don't pick up the branches part. Just leave them on the ground and let your character pick them up naturally. And there you go. Some niche min-max stuff for that low level. Like when you're really low. But yeah, you mean that you have, it's no skill run is the type of skill run that it sounds like you're doing, where everything in this window is 0. Not traitless. Zeros and actually no traits? Yeah, I can understand. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's no skill or no positive traits, but really that's the crux, is you didn't want any bonuses at all. Although the passive bonuses from fitness and strength don't apply, or at least they didn't apply as far as I'm aware. Still, that's why I like 0 to hero, is because I get the extra bonuses in certain things, but I had to pay for them. by having no strength and no fitness at the beginning, and then having to earn it, which is, you know, they're both difficult in their own ways. Yours is that you're going to suffer in much later game than I am going to suffer, because you don't have the extra bonuses at all. No bonuses. But there's different ways to play for everybody, right? And like I said, I did say that I was just being, it's semantics. It doesn't matter. It's like, you know, doesn't matter at all. It's just semantics on titles and whatever. Do I need to? Yes. I don't know, fire poker some things. At least until we get tired. Oh, did you take... I have to take slow metabolism, which technically helps me gain weight easier. I mean, it's not by much, to be honest. Let's face it, it's not a large margin. It helps you gain weight slightly easier by lowering the values of the thresholds by a small amount. You still have to eat the similar amounts. You eat one less snippet of food than everyone else. It's not that big a deal. It's a little nudge. If you wanted to do a full no trait run, though, there is a way to do it. Do you want to know how? There is a way. And that is, you have to go into debug with your character and put everything to 0. So that is the other way to do it. And then you can take no traits that way. But of course, by going into debug in the beginning, already it's like, you know, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. You can start in any which way you want, but it's one of the ways. Is that viable for Rat Race? I mean, you would have to ask folks, but like because it's Rat Race is a consensus. It's so if majority don't like the idea, then it's probably not going to get passed, right? But there's a lot of folks that probably wouldn't care. I personally think that your current run and the current way you're doing things is fine. It's already going to take you years to complete the challenges, or a year at least, minimum. Scaling it more is, you know, preference, I suppose, but... Plus, I think you have active run, don't you? Like, even the current runners are, like, barely cresting at least the 50% on the kill count. I think Shiva's broke 500k recently. You're training for a legit run. I got you. There's no stream yet? I got you. But yeah, it would be up to consensus what if people want to allow that. Because running debug at the start might upset some people. But if you wanted just to do a run for yourself, like that's just fun that you want to do, like that's how I would do it. A traitless 0 start, and then you just yeah. The bugbear occupation. But yeah, that's how you would do 0-0 start with no traits, is you would go into debug and just set your strength and fitness at 0. At the beginning of the run. Of course, starting the rat race doing that would be not impossible, actually. You'd have to pause the game right away. Load in with debug, pause right away, And not by pressing F2, but by hitting this. Or using the pause on start. No, because when you take slow metabolism, you can do 000 right across the board. It lowers everything. So you're able to... But see, that's not traitless. Yeah, but you take slow metabolism. It lowers the strength value. I'm pretty sure that that's how that works. I can check it right now. Give me 2 seconds and let me run back. It's been forever since I've looked at that, but that's how I would do it if I were doing a full traitless zero, like no skill bonuses at all. Like you're already throwing an extra layer of brutality on top of the rat race, which is pretty tough on its own. Like I would say that the rat race is fairly difficult challenge. Yeah, puny does strength, unfit does fitness. All right, we'll have a look right now really quick. I'm going to restart the game anyways because it's like 6 hours-ish, and it's good to restart your game every 5 or so. So I was going to close the game and reopen it anyways, but this saves me some. So I'll quit here. We'll do the quick calc and then... But I'm pretty sure you guys are right. So it doesn't matter which mode we're in, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. So custom occupation, we have 5-5 right now. Puny, unfit, and slow metabolism, or fast metabolism, right? I suppose you could choose fast metabolism if you really wanted to. It's crazy to me that fast metabolism is a +2. But yeah, so you can do 0-0 right across the board. But yeah, you're still running traits though. Even though these are bad traits, they're still traits. So the way that I would do it if I was doing a pure no skill traitless run is you would have to load in debug and get rid of these. So all you do is load debug, pause, 0-0, close, reopen, done, right? I mean, yeah, by a little bit. Or by a sizable amount for the upper levels. So like for the higher-ish levels, because you're probably not going to see books, at least not for a long time in the rat race. Or maybe you might get lucky and see a bunch of books. I don't know. Depends on where you choose to loot. But and how lucky you are in terms of because there are like those vehicles, the work vehicles that have the magazines as well, right? So you might get some of those. I don't know, it varies. But to be quite honest, you should just be streaming Rat Race if you want to stream Rat Race. There's nothing that really should stop you, practice run or not. There are people on the Rat Race leaderboard that have like, you know, anywhere between like 50 kills to survived a week, and you know, that's their personal best, and there's nothing bad about that. Kudos to them for giving it their all. Okay, gotta reopen my game. And I'm gonna do a short BRB with just me. Like I'm gonna turn me off for a second so that I can BRB. The game will be loading. Okay, be right back. Yeah, but usually by the end of the first day, on 0 to hero or even no skill, you should be like level 1 strength, level maybe level 1 fitness. You could probably push it and be 3-3 if you really rush it, but obviously that would be a little difficult. You stockpile nettles and thistles and rose hips for... Okay, I got you. And acorns? Acorns not anymore because they have freshness. They do last a while though. Yeah, they do. They've got fair amounts of freshness. They last for a sizable amount of time. But because of the way the rat race has, I've seen acorns go stale. And it's. Mm-hmm. Unless they fix that, I think they fixed that. I think. Well, no, they stay stale for a while, so maybe that's what you mean. How is that on rat race settings though? Probably less. Because I know the spoilage is it higher? I don't know. Maybe it's not higher. Maybe I'm just being crazy. The larger things would affect the most. Because it would chunk off like a month or so of their spoilage. Not that that matters really, because you just eat them first and then save the nettles and everything else for after. But yeah, if you're already playing the game like that, like you're already min-maxing to that degree, you should just stream your run. So, you know, if you're not... Because you could totally do it. It sounds like your practice run's going fairly well. Could just be sounds like, though. I'm not sure. Higgins, come on, quit it. Quit breaking the branches. There you go. Good job. Sometimes I think he does it on purpose. He's smashing branches because he's sick of it. He doesn't want to do that anymore. I don't want to make any more fire. I'm good. That's it. Breaking all the branches. See, I would save those for making things like using the kiln. Unless I got a lot of them, I guess. I don't forage trash nearly as much as I should. I really should forage trash more. Yeah, just a sec. Just gonna grab my tea. There, lovely. Yeah, time and claustrophobia is weird. I shouldn't even have claustrophobia in that room at all. But, you know, it's fine. It's not a closet. The weirdest part is actually in a closet, it gets weird too. Like here. Do we have a closet in here? Well, we have a bathroom. That's close enough. But no claustrophobia in here. Even though, really, I should be gaining claustrophobia in here. Right? It's just a strange interaction with claustrophobia when you make it to this point. But I have a self-imposed slash, we asked on the rat race rules where you can't sleep in closet-sized spaces. You're not allowed. So I can sleep in a normal bedroom, but I'm not allowed to sleep in like a 1x2 hole in the wall kind of deal. Not allowed. But like regular bedrooms is fine. But no cheesing the mechanic. Because you used to be able to cheese the claustrophobia mechanic by fast forwarding, and they've reversed it now. So when you fast forward, it freaks you out instead of going away like it used to in build 41. Because that's something that you could do in build 41 is you could fast forward next to a bed, get the prompt on your screen to go to sleep, and then fast forward again until you have no panic moodle and go to sleep really quickly, and you'll be able to fall asleep before your character freaked out, utilizing the time mechanics. But yeah, I feel like it's weird now. So now anytime you fast forward indoors, your character freaks out. Doesn't matter the size of the room. Like, for example, this room here is huge, right? Are we gaining any panic? I don't think we are. Or at least it's not gaining fast enough for me to see it. If we were to pull up debug, I bet you I'm gaining a very tiny amount of panic, but I'm losing panic at about a similar rate. I know, it's weird. The time controls break the game in lots of ways. You can break zombie pathfinding. There's a lot of things that can get messed up with time mechanics. To go over all of them is absurd. Time is a soup. These are mushrooms that are identical. One is poison, one is not. I remember you used to be able to, well, not with mushrooms, but with berries, you used to kind of be able to try them and figure out which one was good and which one wasn't. And then they took that out. I don't really know why that's been removed, but it's not the same anymore. So you can't do that anymore. There's certain ones that are just guaranteed to not be poisoned, and certain ones that are guaranteed to be poisoned. The holly berries, winter berries, beauty berries, blueberries, blackberries, etc. Strawberries. Right. Raspberries. There are raspberries. Even though they should be. I've seen a handful of those not poisonous, and it confused me. You managed to burn 9,000 zombies without burning down a single house? That's good. Confident burns. In theory, you could do that for like one of the smaller towns and it would give you a foothold, but and more resources to work with in the initial. You lose out on some things though, and that's mostly zombie loot. Yeah, I definitely could see it being a good stat. Get yourself a foothold somewhere. Clear out some zombies, but not all of them. Like, you know, you can get some. And some of the ones that would be remained in the char would still actually have loot. There would be a little bit of loot. Wouldn't be much comparatively to the total, but I mean... A whistle and Molotovs? Yeah, basically. Ruining your zomboid fashion. Yeah, I can understand. Oh yeah, if you were to burn out 100k zombies, like burn out an entire town, there's still enough left over to finish the clear. One of the strats that I was thinking about was that after you receive, like after you're done building your combat stats, just to finish off the remainder, I was thinking about maybe that it could be a possibility that I might do a burn on the last batch. If I've already got my combat skills maxed out, including aiming, like, I mean, I might as well just burn the rest, right? With explosives, so that I get the kill count. Because I would just group them up on timed explosives, press a button, and then those kills would be mine via the explosives. The fire kills wouldn't count, but imagine if you did that, and then you also turn on that the zombie ragdolling, how funny that would look. You know what I mean? How many people have seen that? People loading up like a car, putting down a timed explosive, and then watching the zombies rain. Hey, there's Rotund Frog. Hooray! Another frog. How are you doing? Are you having a good day, Frog? What were you up to? It doesn't tell me what you were up to. Hopefully you're having fun with whatever you were doing. Thank you for the raid. It's Frog. Oh, you were just playing some Ark. Nice. Hopefully, okay. You gotta go quick because your cat's being sick. All right. Well, you know, take care. It's unfortunate to hear. Hopefully the cat is okay. Heard. Yeah, that's fair. But in my opinion, you should just go live. Why wait? Like, I mean, just go live. It's fine. People are going to want to see your perspective. Although, I mean, I know that you're posting stuff, but and you may not be 100% comfortable. But like, I mean, it's okay. But nobody's really 100% comfortable. Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. I can understand. Mine too. I have a similar issue with the whole schedule. As you can imagine, by my schedule being kind of like a slot machine where people not really knowing when I'm going to be live. I'm going to fix it. I promise I'll fix it once I get to move in with Emma. Emma and I were already discussing it, that there would be some scheduling stuff with streaming. And like I want stream to be more structured. So it'll be probably 10-hour streams. I might do... I'm leaning towards 10-hour streams. Because 10 hours is a good amount. And then we might consider splitting it 5 and 5, do one game, or maybe one game the whole time. I don't know. We're thinking about that though. And then I might do a day off, maybe. Maybe not at first, but I would do one eventually so that I can enjoy a day with Emma, that we can just, the two of us, do stuff. Not that we wouldn't be doing stuff during the week. Like, I plan to make Emma dinner and stuff, and Emma said she wants to cook too sometimes, but we'll see. she's been learning recipes. But we do love the test runs, and if you don't have the time, then that's understandable. But there's some people that stream for only like an hour for their rat race, and then, you know, then that's all they have. But that's still, they wanna participate. They want to throw something on the leaderboard, which is understandable. The reason why it's ruled that way is because the initial spirit of the rat race was like that. The runs had to be streamed so that we could see the perspectives of everyone, because it was meant to be sort of like a community thing. It's like multiplayer, but not, right? Many different eyes of friends doing different things. Whether you choose to do a Muldrow start or an Echo Creek start or whatever, you get to see the world through someone else's eyes. You're yapping the Discord, that's fine. You do whatever is most comfortable for you. I'm not trying to force you to stream or anything. That would be silly. People stream if they want to stream. But it seems like your test runs are going well. You might as well just do it. Just do it. Because we could be missing out on what could be really cool moments together as a community, you know? Time for breakfast, NPZ! Enjoy, Yuri! Oops. You shouldn't do this. Although it doesn't matter because it's dark. It'll only start mattering when it gets light. MPZ. Oh, you're staying?
Amazing.
Okay, I thought you were gonna go play some PZ. I was like, that's good. Keep going. No, thank you for the follow, by the way. Do appreciate. You're gonna play Oh, you brave soul. You're gonna play PZ and watch PZ. I can't do that. It puts too much strain on me. I can't watch somebody and play at the same time. I gotta play a different game when I'm watching people play PZ. Thankfully, I have Mahjong. And other games as well. Definitely not, you know. Mahjong's the best. Emma disagrees. Emma doesn't fully understand how to play. But Emma does better than with me not helping than with me helping, because although Emma doesn't know what the stuff is, Emma's really lucky. Richi Mahjong, yes indeed. Need them Richis. Want to run everyone. I need to play more Mahjong though. I've not played enough. You need to learn it. A fun way to learn it is playing the Yakuza games if you've ever played those. It's funny because you can actually get a trinket in those games that lets you skip the Mahjong and just win. But you could actually learn to play Mahjong there, and it's pretty good. Also, those games have some phenomenal story. Like, really, really good story. All right, good enough for now. How's our weight doing? 79, sure. I can give up another day to combat. Oh yeah, I love the Yakuza games. I watched Emma play them all. From, you know, 0 all the way to Like a Dragon Pirates. All of it. I didn't play myself, I watched Emma play. But the thing is we played together still. Like, we still, like, I feel like we played those games together. Emma was at the controls, but it was definitely a we both played kind of deal. And we both laughed and cried and had a good time with it. There were some times where it would just, like, it just, the story would take a turn that I just you couldn't predict it. It was just like sharp turn after sharp turn. Sometimes it was predictable, but then there's some cases where it was just like shockingly hilarious. But yeah, you don't even need to interact with that stuff if you don't want to. That's the cool part is that stuff, it has like tons of mini games in that game. Loads of mini games. It puts like Mario Party to shame. Like that game doesn't have any mini games comparatively. All right, so we're going to get some more training in. Jeez, that guy has a lot of jewelry on. Six rings. A diamond ring. A ruby ring. Necklace. Nose stud. Crazy. Built up too much, I need to back off, which sucks. But it's okay. Crawler. We go get. No, we don't want to go do sleep yet. I'm beyond amused that those are on the floor and that they don't count as drying unless they're on the racks. They can't dry on the floor like this. Nope, not allowed. Okay, we can light this. Yeah. So that'll be lit for 5 hours. These two need to go over and out here. Wanna wait. Alright, we gotta pay tribute to our rabbits. Grab the green bag. Wasn't that Kirby boss music? Probably. And this is from Zelda Spirit Tracks, if you've ever heard of that game. My playlist is very much a playlist that makes me happy. So I fondly remember all of the songs on my playlist in one way or another, and there's always a story behind them. This one is I was sitting on the carpet playing Spirit Tracks and just enjoying the game. And it was the weirdest Zelda I think I've ever played, and out of all of the Zeldas I've ever played, where you were on a train and that you had to like manage being on a train, and then sometimes Zelda was a ghost and she would possess armor, and you could she would help you with the puzzles. And I like that better. Like that Zelda was captured, but still helping. Like she wasn't hampered. I'm trying to gain up to some XP. I did the math already on this. And if we keep going at this rate, we will have petted more rabbits than is. It's gonna take like an in-game year plus of petting a rabbit in order to max our animal care. But I'm sure that that's not gonna be that big a deal. Because currently there are 90 rabbits in this pen. That's enough to feed Higgins for 3 months. Eggs are the way to go for animal care, but I don't have chickens. And I've never seen turkeys, not once. Not once in this whole game since Build 42 came out have I seen turkeys. I've seen turkeys in other people's games, but never in my own. The turkeys avoid me. I don't know where they are. I have raccoons. Lots of raccoons, but I don't have any turkeys. None. It's not like it's from lack of trying. I've looked for turkeys. It's no luck. You have a trailer? Sadly, they aren't. That's not true. They are. You just need quantitative amounts. something like 90 eggs or something. I can't remember. They are viable. You just need a lot of them. So build them up. Do fishing and rabbits for now, but eventually your chickens will be able to sustain you. They're just not as good as fish, rabbits, or milk. They're just less. Mastering understanding of calories is the mastering the survival of this game. In this game. Because if you understand caloric values, it's why nutritionist is far better than people would realize, especially given the fact that a lot of caloric values change consistently. It is super good. I didn't take it because generally I understand how many calories are in something, but I really wish I had the real value numbers sometimes. It would be especially useful to show people how much calories are actually in things, but I didn't think about it at the time, didn't want to spend the extra points. You're back? Where'd you go, Kurumi? What were you up to? Were you gone? It's time to... Where did you go? Were you on vacation? I figured you were somewhere. You just like being lurky, waiting for your time to strike. You seen? I played a bunch of Games of the Ret, and I'm still playing Games of the Ret, and Mr. Nice Gamer and a bunch of folks. You could come play too, you know. I figured that game would be one that Abiotic Factor would be a game you're into. You should come play that some stuff with us sometime. It's on your wish list? You've never played it? You and I will talk later. You're not in trouble. It's funny, when you say that, it's like immediately like somebody's in trouble. It's not the case. You're not in trouble, don't worry. I'm just surprised you never played that one. Detention! Yeah. Maybe. I do the same thing you do. Help people that they're not in trouble when they aren't. Like, you're not in trouble, don't worry about it. You're coming back to Zomboid. Are you coming to play Build 42, or are you gonna come and you're gonna finally stream and stop teasing everybody all these years? Like, if you start streaming, like, that would be interesting. Or are you gonna continue to be a tease and never stream? He's got all these like zomboid like things and just keeps them to herself, shares them with friends. Let's get rid of these. We got a prime cut, which is nice. Get rid of these. Prime cuts are really good. It's good to hear that you're coming back to Zomboid, though. And you've been taking because you've been playing a lot of other stuff like Hell Divers and a bunch of other things. I'm glad that you've had your fun in those games, though. First, you're gonna do Build 41. Are you gonna do the speedrun.com stuff? They finally accepted Zomboid as a category on speedrun.com. So if you haven't seen that, go check it out. Some of the categories are kind of weird. But yeah, they finally speedrun.com accepted Zomboid as a thing. They only accept build 41 runs. So build 41.78 stable or something like that. I can't remember the exact details, but go look. It's on there now. Should post your death percent because they that might be a category, maybe. I don't know. It sounds like a category. They should they've got max skill categories, but I already showed how you could kind of cheese a couple of those categories. So hopefully somebody's gone out there and is doing what doing what I expect they should do, so that they fix those categories so they're less cheesy. Although maybe that's the point of some of those categories. Maybe they're supposed to be cheesy. There's a build an L speedrun in Minecraft? Yeah, I don't. Couldn't you just spawn in and there is an L? Like, or do you have to build it yourself? I guess that's not build an L, that's find an L. So the fastest block to mine in Minecraft, from my understanding, you'd do sand. You'd hope you spawn in a desert. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Sugarcane, didn't think of that. I didn't think of those kinds of blocks. I was busy thinking about like sand. I'm like, you could, in theory, spawn in a village that's a desert with sand and then break a torch, grab the torch, put it under the sand after you break it. Or actually, no. So villages often spawn with the blocks all messed up and some of them falling down. There is like a possibility that you spawn in a village that's destroyed some of the terrain. Some of the blocks are loose. You grab those and immediately build an L. Wonder if that one is like allows that kind of stuff. Still, that requires opening the chest as an animation. The way that I'm thinking of, spawn stuff in that's broken already, so all you have to do is pick up the items off the ground and then place the L, right? And chances are, if you're lucky enough, you spawned in the spot where the items fell, so they would fall on you. You would immediately pick up the items and then immediately build the L. Pickup does take time as well, you're right. But assuming that you spawned in and the items fell on you, you'd suck them up faster than opening a chest. I think. This is all silly. Why are we talking about these ridiculous categories of speedrunning that are just absolutely like who why? Just why? Yeah, you're not wrong. It's just like, for example, in Project Zomboid, you can max your strength and your fitness. So to get to max strength speedrun, just spawn in as a level 10 strength character. You suddenly you win. Unless they're meaning that you have to start it with no traits, which I don't know if it says that. Maybe. What I'm saying is a village can spawn in sometimes, and because the way that villages spawn, sometimes they knock blocks loose. So, and when those blocks are knocked loose, they just fall on the ground. So your character could then be spawned in where a village spawned in. The items would be fallen on the ground. You'd suck them up and immediately could place the blocks, assuming that because they would be in your main hotbar, because that's where the items go first. So that would be the fastest way to do that, I think. Of course, doing it with sugarcane's pretty quick too, because sugarcane breaks instantly, and well, you just place it down. And you could probably do it with I don't know if you could do it. No, vines are too slow. Everything else, mine's kind of slow. You'd have to, like I said, it's one of those things where you could do it via the pickup option if a village spawned in. Same for if not just a village, but that goes for anything that spawns like that. Another example would be one of those Illiger big buildings. One of those spawns in. If you happen to spawn in the same location as that, which is not likely because I think that one is supposed to spawn away from the player by a certain amount. Like there's some mathematical formula for it or something. I don't know. But if you when structures spawn in, they knock blocks down. So that's how I would do it. And I would work on it that way. Look for a seed with a village that, unless you can't, if it has to be random seeds. I don't know. They all have their own rules, right? So it's whatever the rules say. You gotta follow the rules. Make sure that you're not breaking the rules. Reminds me of the Pokemon stuff. Fix me, almighty Prime Cut. How many more birds are on the ground? Only 4. Nice. I need to get more bowls. Only having 2 bowls for this is probably pretty bad. Gotta have more bowls. I'm gonna quickly drop 40 over here. Go get a nap in, and maybe, just maybe, we'll do some combat tomorrow. Pain. Nap time. They're monster pets. I have 14 hours left on that one. It's amusing that I spent all this time drying these. Yeah, don't really need them right now, but we will need them later. Okay, let's go doing some zombies for a bit. Hello. You're from a frog raid. Well, frog raids are always welcome. I hope that you're having a good day. I like frogs.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. Congrats, Kurumi. Muscle strain for days. I just realized there's a mod that doesn't exist, and I'm not going to say anything because this mod would exist if I said anything out loud about it. So I'm not going to say that. Not at all. Some creativity needs to be boxed up and put on a shelf and just left there. It's completely separate. But it doesn't need to exist. And I'm happy that it doesn't. It's not got anything to do with what Kurumi said, though. Completely different thought process. The goon mod. Oh. Put on your pants, Higgins. Apparently there is a goon mod. Baby mod? Nope. We don't need those kinds of mods ever. No. It's not for immersion. No. The Nox virus canonically kills anything that's under the age of 27. Canonically. There's no immersion. It's wrong. Can't see. Sneeze. There's something about mold drop that just makes you sneezy. It's the fact that everything here is cherries, so it's like the cherry blossoms are always in bloom. How many? Some. Arm hurts too much to fight. We're almost there. We're like, it's so close. Arm hurts too much to really fight properly. Crawling zombie. Where did the crawler go? There was a crawler, right? Yeah, there they are. I have no idea how or where they're gonna go, but you know, I don't have time to really think about it. I'm just gonna go back home, have a nap, come back out tomorrow and fight them. Which pain the arm is in. Alright, let's go put some of those zombies away now that they've passed time. Oh, is this full? Oh, it is. Okay, I should break this can opener next. After I'm done breaking this nightstick. Because the can opener is just a funny weapon that I like to use. It's not really that powerful, but it's also pretty fun. It's just, it amuses me because it's a short blade that makes the axe noise, and I love it. I love every second of it. It's hilarious to me. I don't know. You have your small joys in the apocalypse. This is one of mine. And I like to imagine that the reason why the axes took the sickles and the meat cleaver into their weapon category is because they're mad at the short blades, and because the short blade took their sound effect for the can opener. And if you don't know what I mean, Here you go. The can opener. My short blade's really high though in terms of levels, so. I'm kind of avoiding leveling it more right now. But just because of the joys of short blade, I'm gonna have a level 10 short blade skill soon, and I'll be able to still use it later, but part of me doesn't want to let it go. Purple duffel bag. Hey, Scribbly. Hey, Scribbly. Thank you very much for the raid. Are you having a good day? How goes your Steve? I've been seeing you playing lots of games lately. Just like random games is what it feels like almost. Kind of. But also like, hopefully you're having fun. Do very much appreciate the raid. All is well. I'm having a good day. I'm using can opener. Poke zombies. At least currently. I've also been leveling up some of my other skills in, in the rat race gradually, grinding away. But also been playing some other games as well. Vintage Story on Thursdays, as well as just some other stuff now and then. But yes, hopefully you had a good stream. Ooh. You're doing a loot box challenge mod because you saw Beaver playing it and it looked fun. Oh, nifty. I've not seen that one. It's like loot boxes, like kind of like chance cubes, or you sort of you touch something and it has random effects, kind of, or does it like explode into zombies? That sounds kind of fun. I could see that being a good time. Lots of games with loot boxes are fun. Random cool effects happening, like giving you unlimited ammo for a short time or stuff like that. Okay, so it says what category it is on the loot box, and then you get to kind of enjoy it. That sounds really nifty. Yeah, Beaver always seems to have fun. You got a glitch where the sleep overlay got stuck. Oh, okay, yeah, that doesn't sound very fun at all. Like you tried to sleep in a car at the same time as trying to like exit the car or open the window or something. That doesn't sound very good. That sounds like a niche interaction that you should let the devs know about. I'm sure you clipped it though. Those kinds of things often get clipped. Oh, but then again, it might be caused by the mod. Would be a good idea to see if it's replicatable in Apocalypse with no mods. No biting. You stop that. This can opener's making all the other weapons kind of weak that I've been using because they have no maintenance because they've got, well, not no maintenance, but less maintenance because they're not leveled up. That's the only reason. Because they don't have the extra maintenance bonuses from the other stuff. And look at my short blade. Like, it's huge comparatively. It's just making this can opener look great. Window. Heard the zombies, so you press V. Okay, and then you close the character, never open their eyes, back up. Yeah, it does sound kind of... You should, yeah, definitely try to replicate it in vanilla at some point. See if you can't get a clip of it so that if it is something that is replicatable, that you can, other players don't stumble into that rare sequence of... Because the thing is it seems like, oh, who's ever going to get in this particular sequence of events? And then it happens to another 3 or 4 people and you get a fishing bug scenario. Like, remember that fishing bug where you could get stuck in the fishing stance? I thought oh, well, that's just a bug that almost no one's gonna bump into, right? Because, like, I mean, you gotta push while you're in the fishing stance, and then it'll lock you later on. I was like, no, but not very many people bump into it. And then I started seeing it happening every other stream I was watching. It was like, okay, well, I guess I probably should do something about this. So I made a little video, and then other people also made their little videos. Eventually the devs seen it, and they're like, oh, okay, well, we gotta fix that. And then they fix it by making it so that if you're in the fishing stance that you're so long as you have the right click enabled, you're like locked in place. So once you let go, you're not locked in place. You're no longer fishing though as well. So it kind of is, it's a quick patch to that, makes it a little bit easier. But it's a way to fix it. Yeah, rogue. Alright, let's continue. Oh, neat. This is gonna be like cutting through butter. I can't wait. I haven't used a short blade in... Well, I mean, I was just using a short blade. So. Not a proper one for a little while. How long are the days? 1 hour days. So standard, the default. And I'm playing on the rat race settings, so somewhat brutal. Muscle strain is kicked up a little bit. It's insanely rare root, but a little bit worse by like by 1, like or 0.01 actually. A few other settings that make it pretty difficult as well. Standard times 16. Vehicle engines are on really loud, so like it makes driving a car super dangerous. Standard though. And I've been spending quite a lot of in-game months crafting, essentially, doing my crafting skills. Once I'm done with this, I can show them a little bit. But I've got some of my crafting skills are leveled. So I got napping to 7. I've got masonry nearly to 8. Metalworking is nearly 7. It's almost. I even did some glass making. We made some windows, which was kind of fun. Because it actually has a cool animation and everything, where you actually blow the glass, like when we made the lantern. Because I made my own hurricane lantern. Fun fact as well is this pair of pants that I'm wearing and the hat that I'm wearing and the gloves that I'm wearing, I made all those. I made all the clothes that I'm wearing except for the jacket. Didn't make that. Didn't make the backpack either, but you know. Yeah, so these pants, I made them. The gloves, these leather gloves, I made them. And I like this hat. It's a raccoon hat. I've made lots of those, though, because I'm using that to level my tailoring a little bit. We're nearly level 5. I'm also using bone chokers to level tailoring, because bone chokers can be, you can produce fair amount of those. So I'm using those, but they changed the way that leather working works now, and I'll show you guys something when I get back to the bay. Most folks will have seen it, but I've got a leather making setup that it's a work in progress, but it should be okay once I've got it settled. I want to get a little bit more killing done. Well, back onto the pain weapons for a bit.
Hey!
Hello. Turtle. I'd like a small slice of you, if you don't mind. Just not a lot of you, just some. Should be plenty. There we go. Well done. Okay. We'll head back home. Put a little rest in over here first. Yep. Probably wanted food. You caught a raccoon. Congrats. Raccoons are great. I've I've caught quite a lot of raccoons, but mostly through trapping, and I have some raccoons left, but a large amount of the raccoons I've turned into food and tailoring XP because I made a lot of raccoon hats. But that said, it's one of those things where I need to keep doing that because I've not maxed out those skills yet. I'm working on it though. But this is what my skills look like right now in case folks are curious. I probably the most... Yeah. Most difficult to level so far that I'm going to say is... I would say reloading is probably still the most, but like electrical hasn't been kind to me, but it'll come eventually. I'll get it all. So this is the tailoring, the leatherworking setup I have, where we are drying these when I do turn on the, but it takes a long time to dry them, and because the temperature is cold right now, and when it gets colder, they actually will freeze and stop, they'll stop drying completely. So in order to be able to dry them, I need to put on, so I could put on the heat. But yeah, I need to change the orientation of this a little bit. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 3 around here like this. So 3 of these big ones up here. The ones that are directly adjacent to the fire get the most. So that's these 4 right here get the most heat. And then the rest kind of get less, but it's still, it's good enough to dry them at least some. So it's good to have this set up like, kind of like that, I guess. I'm sure that there's a more optimal way to do this, but that's just the way that I'm going to do it for now. And that's specific for drying leathers. For drying herbs, I'm just not going to bother drying herbs until they give it a buff of some kind to dry more than one herb at a time. Because drying a single herb that takes 24 hours, it's kind of I'm not really keen on that. I'll just not touch the herbs until that's either changed or adjusted in some way so that they're better. But yeah, so this is the main crafting area, kind of, and then I also have several outposts that are set up as well that are lighter but similar. And then we have the bunnies that are over in the corner. I don't need to visit them though right now, so I'm not going to. But we have there's about 90 bunnies in that pen. Yeah, it's a decent setup. Definitely, I've set everything up to be fairly sustained and decent, so that we'll be able to make the long journey if we need to. I actually don't know if these will be in good condition tomorrow, so I'm gonna empty one of them. See, they're making me sad. I don't like that. I'm tempted to empty all 3 of them, but they are worth weight, so I kind of don't want to at the same time. A feature that I'd love to see for these campfires is they recently added in the ability to destroy fuel on these, but it says not enough room. I would like to put in the twigs that it is enough to, like, you know what I mean? Like, I have 110 twigs in my inventory. Can I put the portion of twigs that is the amount that this furnace can take in the fire? Like, is that, because that would be nice. I don't want to just put them in one at a time. Now, arguably, I can walk away from this. I can put these on the ground, do the math, and then figure out how many twigs it takes in order to do this. I like a lot of this part of the update there. That part there. That I think that some of the sort of stupider parts of the update are the display for the drying rack for herbs has more than one herb on it, and therefore, like, I mean, why can't you dry more than one, right? I understand it's a work in progress, but like, if the model has more than one on it, then it should dry more than one thing. That's probably the dumbest thing in the update. That said, I like the new drying racks. I think that they're good. I think that they need work. It's clear as day. They need work, but I like the function of them. Like, I like the way that they kind of they display. Some parts of the display could use some tweaking a little bit, but you know, people have suggested some alternative display ideas, and I like them. I think that they're good. Yeah, I like that it tells me how much time on here. I like this. Stop adding shit. But they've gotta add stuff, Chili. Otherwise the game doesn't progress. But I do think that they do need to tweak some stuff. Everything after 42.7 was a huge mistake. I like some things, and I'm sure you probably like some things too, but not. There is quite a lot of stuff that's tough. I feel like, well, I'm trying to think. 42.8. What did 42.8 add that was good? How am I enjoying the animals? The animals are okay. I think that I like when I interacted with them, they were fine. I just wish that their caloric values were a little bit better, and that butchering mattered more. It doesn't right now matter as much outside of butchering for the means to create your bellows, and so that you can do the furnace. But that aside, it's think hard and discover nothing. I think there's some stuff. I don't know. I'd have to think back because I don't remember what came in 42.8 exactly. I remember 42.8 being okay, 42.9 being okay as well, and then but them removing some combat stuff was janky in 42.9. I remember I stopped playing because the combat was jank. 42.10 was sore because fishing received its big nerf. That said, and admittedly, fishing has been a little too strong. I can understand. on weak computers? Okay. I do remember the optimizations being added. That's good. We stopped playing because we notably noticed there was combat jank. And there still is some combat jank, but it's not as bad as it was. I don't know. It's hard. Definitely hard to say. I'd have to go back and look at patch notes, but I know that there was stuff in 42.8 through 42.11 that I do like. And even in 42.10, even after the fishing nerf and stuff, there's stuff that I like. It's just that there's stuff that I'm less, you know, that I don't like. It varies. But that goes for every game. I would assume every game's like that. There's not gonna, the player base is not, it's not curbed to make everything that I like as a part of the game, you know? Okay, what exactly am I doing in terms of skills at the moment? Yeah, it's tough. A lot of it was down attack stuff though caused me some concern. And some like double attacks nonsense that was happening. They fixed quite a lot of that stuff, but there seems to be some new stuff as well that's interesting. Somebody's posted recently that some new freeze bugs that involve fence combat. And I'd like to experiment with that a little bit more, but not in the rat race playthrough that I've got going on. I'm not really doing very much fence combat because, well, I don't trust fences, not outside of sprinters. Fences are your savior in sprinters. You don't really need them in Fast Shambler gameplay. They're good to as bonuses for XP though. Yeah, pathfinding's always been weird though. Especially if you incorporate fast forward at all. The zombies lose their pathfinding really quickly. I don't know, there's some things that I like. I like some of the stuff that they added on the top there, but I find that it lacks consistency in the sense that there's not enough room to put a light fire on here, and I would love it to all be on the same there. So my thoughts would be to take it off of this and put it in a window that's like the TV. The TV has a window, right? And the radio has a window. So campfires could have a similar window. Of course, that might cause people to want to distance like campfires and stuff, but you do a radial distance the same as you do with the teamy. Yeah, aiming's gonna be messed up with fences because it's trying to aim at the zombie, and sometimes the fence will obscure that and cause problems. But they are working on it. Like if you compare aiming in build 42 early to aiming now, before they had two planes. So they had these two planes, the plane on the ground that would hit the zombie in general, and then the plane on the top that would hit the zombie in like the head, right? Now you can actually mouse over the zombie's limbs and it's actually registering which limb it's targeting. It's way better than it used to be. Like if you go back and watch the previous I have a previous thing that says aiming is not trash, a clip like that. That is outdated now because the aiming system has been changed significantly. And it's better than it used to be. In saying that though, it's not as good as old shotgun. The magic shotgun that could shoot 4 zombies at a time guaranteed. And gave you ridiculous amounts of aiming XP. Yeah, so it's not as good as that, but it's, you know, it leveled out all of the playing field for all the other weapons. So instead of having the shotgun being the king, it's not as bad to shoot the other weapons now. I don't know. I think the game will improve over time. We just need to give it more time. We're all looking at essentially a raw bread in an oven. It needs more time. And they can't break out. Yeah, there's some that spawn in like pillars too inside the mall. That's something that's been happening since the beginning though. That's not new. I don't know how they would go about fixing that. They'd have to designate some zones as zombies can't spawn here, I guess, or something. I don't know. Hard to say. Let's go get arrested. We're almost there. Cheeky. Ninjas! Where are you guys coming from? Actually, wonder if they got back up. Reanimators are common-ish. Not super common, but they're more common than they were in Build 41. You'll see them a lot more. Probably just some flank zombies though, that were in the woods. It's like a parade, almost. Your name sounds like an awesome drink, by the way. I'd have one of those. That sounds good. It's like a super awesome smoothie. It's like a creamy fruit salad. Okay. I'd go for it. Like a dessert with like a whipped cream on the top. Oh, with pearls. Ooh. Interesting. My in-game arm hurts. Gotta wait for it to come down from the pain. Good enough. Bit by bit, we're taking over Muldron. Do they respawn? No, not in this playthrough. If you're curious about the settings, you can do an exclamation point settings. If you want to know about the challenge, it's exclamation point rat race. I've got little commands that are for everything. So feel free. If you want to see what traits I started with, exclamation point traits. This is on a leaderboard. You put a space. You don't need to put a space. You're funny. There you go. And specifically for the settings, there you go. Little clip, little YouTube thing. I like those. Those are fun. Okay, let's head back. We're at 40 XP away from level 2 on short blunts. And then that'll be level 2 short blunt. And then I'll start working on spirit, I guess. Maybe I'll break these weapons first. Ooh, grapes. Nice. I'm gonna head back. We're gonna have an in-game nap, and then we'll probably go in and attack zombies tomorrow after a foraging session. We're very close to level 2 short blunt. And we're about halfway on spear. We went to bed very early. Oh well. Oh, nightmare. Nice. And wait until like 3 or 3:30. Let our panic come down. Unfortunate nightmare, but actually kind of fortunate. I'm glad that it happened. Means that we'll be able to go back to sleep, hopefully, and get a proper sleep in. Wellness. It's a good idea. This should have been able to put in all 40 twigs, but I had to drop one on the ground, and it should be able to accept this because their fuel time is it's annoying. Yeah, like that. Still 7 more hours for that. Pretty sure most of these should be just like fresh, like brand new. Yeah. Oh, it's December 1st, so I don't think I'll be finding any more mushrooms from them. Very slow. Yay, chipstone. I'm turning those into stone drills, and the stone drills I'm throwing away right now because it's leveling my napping. Is that the most optimal usage? Probably not. Is this a survivor house this whole time? I must have commented on that before. What? It's not this door. It's not visible. The door that's here or upstairs? Saws and use them for combat. I've been just leveling. I just want my napping leveled up. I don't need them for combat because I can make metal saws, or metal saws. I can make metal hatchets. Is my metal saws? I can make metal saws that are for combat. Surely, no. I can make metal hatchets that are superior. Well, I would use those instead. They last longer. Or I could do two-handed fire axes. Fire axe is a bit heavy, but it's still good. It's still one of the like the solid for durability wise. Lasts a long time. A rare instance of fence combat. Uh, checking that mailbox every time I pass by it. I've seen that flyer like 30 times. That's interesting. Look how brand new that trucking shirt is. Like you can still see the thing on the back. I love seeing brand new zombies. It just is so nice. Yeah, basically, right? It's recently dead. But like the fresh clothes look nice. I don't. Did I eat? Yeah, I did. Like, look at that. He's got an eye patch. His name was Bud Piazza. And he survived for a long time into the apocalypse and then possibly met his end to some kind of injury. Probably a scratch on the hand or something. Yeah. It was a tree and he forgot bandages. But then how did he zombify? A Valley Station shirt, too. So blood was on the branch, huh? Okay. We gained 6 XP so far. but we're not going to gain very much more at the moment unless I go forage and get some food. Alternatively, I could go kill another bunny or two. And actually, we have bunnies to spare now, so I should do that, actually. There's no reason to hold back on the bunnies anymore. Like, I've been kind of curbing myself a little bit, but if I need to eat, I need to eat. So... there's plenty of bunnies to eat. Hello, bunnies. I'm here to steal XP. XP successfully absorbed. The fun fact, I don't ever take the does unless they're dead already. Because I don't like the idea of separating the babies from their mom. I almost always take just the baby bunnies. But I'll take the bucks occasionally. Yep, that one became dinner. And it gave me a prime cut, 5 poor cuts, and 2 average cuts at my current level of butchering, which is not bad. It's fairly good eats. And that's from one rabbit. That's fair sized. The baby bunnies can give stuff like that as well, which is good. Like I said, the game does need it some calories somewhere. So if the bunnies were to ever get nerfed, which probably they're going to at some point, which I hope they don't. I really hope they don't, because I don't want to do butter meta. I'm not interested. But I would be forced to then do butter meta or fish meta, one of the two. That or I'd have to go get a generator and start saving food, which I want to get a generator when I want to get one, not when I'm forced to by gameplay like loops. I prefer doing things the way that I'm doing them and, you know, do things at my own pace. Or farming? What, you mean agriculture? Nah, that doesn't work. I mean, I could do sunflowers in the spring, but... And sunflowers are ridiculous, by the way. They're really, really good. That said, they can rival a lot of things because the way that a sunflower works in this game is the single seed produces a bunch of seeds, and those seeds then can convert into vegetable oil. Vegetable oil being the same as butter, pretty much. So it's strong. Definitely strong. It's just I don't like being forced into mechanics like that. Was it doing the prime cut first? Nice. Should be it on the prime cut. So I'll light both of these, and I gotta go grab, like, some twigs to put in them. That's weird. That one out. Okay, let's go like that. Go like that. These out. One of those in my backpack. Get a nap in. And then progress. You wish we had a table? There is a table that exists like that. It's on the wiki. Of course, it doesn't count in the fact that when you cook foods, you do get a bonus to calories as well. Generally speaking, it's not hard to really know what's calorically good for you after a while. Like once you've really played the game for a long time, you'll know things like, for example, if right off the cuff, without looking at the wiki, I know that corned beef is 720. I know that generally speaking, fish, rabbit, and the standard butter, vegetable oils, those ones are all good for calories. Milk is good for losing calories, which is kind of surprising given that it produces butter, which is good for gaining. Most things are, it only shows hunger and nutrition values. Wouldn't the calories be in the nutritional values? Because, right? It doesn't show calories, only the nutritional values. Yeah, yep. Just, he's, right? But there is a spreadsheet that exists that has all the food in it. Oh, protein doesn't matter. No. Those are separate. So I know that that sounds weird that they're separate, but protein, carbohydrates, and lipids all do not matter. They're completely irrelevant outside of calories. So the way that the system works is that it's a double system. So first off, you have hunger. Hunger is the thirst of food. If you don't eat, then you eventually you'll hit zero on your food and it starts killing you. Same as thirst, right? So that's the first system. The second system is calories. So the calories are the amount of like they should be what the food is worth, kind of, right? But generally they're not. It's just sort of a base amount that's weird. Protein doesn't matter for strength gains, actually. The reason being is that in order to maintain strength gains, you need to be between 50 and 300. If you go over that amount, you actually don't gain strength, the strength bonus, which you're going to go over that trying to keep yourself in the fats and lipids for double chevron. It's very, very particular, and it takes some extremely fine food mechanics to be able to do that. Or alternatively, you just get the bonus passively when you're starting to come off your weight. So that's what I do generally, is while I'm coming off my weight, I know I'm getting a strength bonus. But it does matter in micromanaging, but it doesn't in the grand scheme. Like, you know what I mean? The biggest part of the picture is just surviving. If you can survive for a long time, you can indefinitely gain skills. That's the trick, is that it's not about the percentage of bonuses or anything like that. If you live indefinitely, if you live forever, you will max out your skills. It just will happen. So long as you're putting some effort into those skills, right? At least that's how I see it anyways. If you just keep going, if you just keep surviving, you could choose to, forego the meats entirely and just do a full vegetarian diet. You can still do it. The brown tree frog stole my hat. Are you sure? I could have sworn that it was rain frogs this time. And they burrowed in the ground with it. Okay, I'll trust you. But yeah, it's when you're micromanaging to that degree, it's you're going above and beyond. You don't need to think that deeply about it. Just go hit zombies. Level your skills. It's okay. You've gone beyond. You don't need to go that far. You can think of it like that. You can throw things into a spreadsheet and it will work out well. Like you'll be able to really go for it, but you fractured the second strongest bone in your body. Yeesh. I hope you recover well. You know, take it easy. The second strongest bone in the body is in the arm, if I remember right. So you broke an arm? Oh, it fractured just under the knee. Okay, never mind. I need to go back to anatomy, apparently. I was sure it was in the arm, or is that that's not the strongest, is it? It can't be. Trying to remember. Is the femur really the strongest bone in the body? Wow, okay. For some reason, I thought it wasn't as strong. It is a big bone, though. There's a lot of tiny, teeny, tiny bones as well that exist that are probably fairly strong. But due to their size, they can kind of be hit at the right angle and smushed. I wonder if that's ever taken into account when thinking about bone strength. Like if you were to scale one of those bones up to the same size, would they be equivalent? Maybe. Maybe not. Short blunt weapons in the zombies. I mean, maybe their bodies become liquid after they fall over. They become containers, right? Maybe they become little bags on the ground. They just look like zombies, but they're not really. Get arrested. I'm getting very close to the next level of short blunt, so I'm keen. I don't know why, but I'm imagining a strong character grabbing a zombie by the feet and just beating another zombie up with it. Have a good one. Enjoy yourself, Bugbear. Of course. Enjoy your lurk. Reason why I'm not speeding up time right now is because if I do that, I'll break the zombie pathfinding, and I don't want to do that at the moment because I am pulling some of them in. It's important to not speed up time sometimes. That said, not, sometimes you want to speed up time because you want to get through an action that's boring, like resting. It didn't lag there for that crawler. Interesting. Wonder why. Usually on the creation of a crawler it lags. Good to go. Get a little bit more XP. We're about 20 away from next level. We can do a little bit more. Not much more, though. Alright, zombies. I will see you later. We're so close. We're in the 90 percentage. I just want that XP just a little bit more. Oh, it's... I do really want that XP. But part of me knows that if I keep going, that may be not a good scenario. At least for right now. So I'm gonna grab an in-game meal. Another one in my bag. Tuck my character in. Let's lock the door. Speed all the way to bedtime. Will be at 11 o'clock. Yeah, I'd like to get that little bit of XP, but I mean, I can just get it next time, as well as we will get the tier 2 of our spears and probably start working on some other weapons, because I want to get them all up. We're getting close with some of them. Same with the other stuff. I'll probably have these leveled soon. This will pop and that will pop, probably. It won't be a while for napping, but it's almost there. Anyways, that's going to be it for me for today. or well, for this time. I'll be back probably later and probably stream some more then. But until next time. Sorry, I was muted there. Hopefully I was muted the whole time. But we're gonna raid out. So hopefully, you know, it's been my pleasure as always. I'll see you guys next time. Yeah.